Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Kanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Nick Palaveda joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina, and we have Jay Made from California joining us today. And welcome to IBM TV podcast. It's Thursday, and we have a great lineup as usual. And post podcaster show, we are doing a special on gamers, which is known as Gamers Den, and we have invited gamers around the world to discuss about the industry and about e-games and what are the future of e-games and all those stuff. So that's the plan for the day.
Well, tell us about this gamer stuff. I mean, in Las Vegas, gamers are people that drop their money into slot machines. Is that what we're having on? People drop money in slot machines?
It's all about console games, and it's not about the games which is related to poker or casino and things like that. It's more about e-games and car games, sports, tennis, football. There are a lot of games on the market.
Really?
And then you know that one of the popular games around the world is PUBG. And
Is
people
what?
play PUBG.
PUBG.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What's a
So
PUBG?
if you ask me,
I don't know these games. I mean,
I don't play
I
those
played
games.
chess, and that was about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
put it in chat so I know how to spell
I
it.
had chess, and back then there was this thing called Pac-Man. I remember that. And
Pac-Man.
Pong.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
and pinball.
And that was the end of the video
We
game.
had pinball. Don't forget.
Pinball, yeah, pinball. Okay, so are we gonna have people that play pinball, do Pac-Man, and
So
stuff like
Pac-Man
that?
pinball is still a part of it. In fact, if you remember, we used to play Tetris as well. The block game.
Tetris?
Yeah, Tetris. Oh, yeah, where things come down and you hit them and all that other stuff. And
And
okay,
Pong.
so the
Remember the
gaming is we're gonna have a game show, a show on gaming stuff. Is that the deal
Yeah,
here at
yeah.
IBM TV?
That's what we're building basically.
It's gonna be at 1:00. Okay, and we're gonna watch pinball, Pac-Man, and Tetris and
Nothing
Pong.
like that.
Yeah,
We
No.
were talking
we're
about,
dating
well, then
ourselves.
talk to me.
Help
What-
us into your world.
Okay. Obviously, Ankit, we live in different worlds. You're in New Delhi, and I understand that. So, talk to me about these games we're going to look at. If it's not going to be Miss Pac-Man or Pac-Man.
No. So Pac-Man is one of the games basically, but there is a big population who doesn't know about Pac-Man and Tetris and all those stuff. So they play games on augmented reality and VR and AR. And these games are like if you talk about V games and Xbox and games on Google console or maybe mobile games and stimulation games. So there are different varieties of games. And then on the top of that, all the sports are converted into e-games now. So if you just,
Really?
I'm not sure about chess basically, but if you talk about football, soccer, cricket,
Madden
hockey,
sports.
tennis,
Yeah, I mean, I get there's a movement away from chess, and chess is dead. Alexander Starr did a show on that. E-games are live, and so we're going to do an e-game show today at 1:00. And besides Miss Pac-Man, you're going to have what's this other one? Punjab or something like that? What's this Pum thing?
That's known as PUBG, and it's one of the popular games. And it's, as per the fact, 1 billion people have downloaded those games. 1 billion downloads of PUBG, and it's around the world. People play the PUBG game, and the best part about the game is that you have to
Public game, right? Public?
PUBG, PUBG.
Okay, wait. I've never heard of this PUBG. Okay, what is a PUBG? Is that a pig that you stick things in, or what?
Honestly, I never played it because it's kind of a very addictive game. It's too much of addictive, and people play for like hours. And what they have to do is it's like a treasure hunt that you have to find out a lot of PUBGs, which is around the world. So if you start playing the game, you have to open your camera and you have to look for a PUBG around your area. So you have to make sure that you
Is that like coronavirus? You're looking for coronavirus around your area?
Yeah.
Is
We
that-
like proteins. Our
Okay,
experts.
so the thing is it a coronavirus game? I'm looking for coronavirus around my area. Why don't
Yeah,
get gamers to do that? That would be at least somewhat useful.
But Nick, don't try to pronounce it again because that's an insult in
I
Spanish.
don't know how to pronounce. Okay, besides this pub game, what other games are we going to look at today at one?
So today, our discussion is more about e-games today, esports,
Okay, esports
and
games.
how the esports is coming up, and what are the future and all this stuff, and what kind of because if you talk about gaming industry, it's bigger than combination of entertainment and music industry. That's how the
I know. It just boggles my mind that that these esports are actually bigger than regular sports, are bigger than anything else out there, and I think it's going to contribute to the total demise of chess
Civilization.
in the world. And so the thing is, what we can do is we could have a proper barrel. Do you have the pawn or the king that we can move over and bury or something like that? There we go. Okay, right. Okay, we need a proper barrel for that, Jim.
Yeah.
So the thing is, we need to have a funeral and just say it is the death of chess because he games.
But Ankit, I got a question for you. This is from my world. You know the game Adventure? Did you ever play the game Adventure?
King of Adventure.
No, just the word adventure. It was
I played a lot of games. I played things.
So you only played it by typing in words, and then you got a response from the computer, and then you typed in more words, and you got a response from the computer. And it was fascinating. I mean, I spent hours playing that. And this is back in the early 70s. So, you know,
that's
a long way, baby.
So, Jim, if you want to talk about the demo, we used to do that on a private chat daily on IBM TV as well.
All right. Do you know if you spent as much time, Jim, studying the stock market, you'd be a rich man as opposed to asking somebody new words coming floating in?
So Jim is rich by heart, basically. He doesn't want, cash and all those things. He's rich by heart.
Oh, okay, right.
I was getting paid while I was playing that game.
Oh, well, then that's a whole. So, Sasha, how did it go on the investment show yesterday? I didn't catch it, but did Shaquille actually show up? That was my question.
No, he didn't. He wrote to me that he had the internet issues, and that was it. I haven't heard from him back yet. Mm-hmm. So I don't know whether he sold it or not.
Yeah.
I was thinking about a couple of comments about chess is dead. You forgot about the question mark.
Yes.
Which is a part of equation that makes so.
That's why I thought it was a question. So I just answered it. It's dead. Go bury the bloody king and let's bring
is Prince dead, Nick?
Chess is dead. Go bury your king or whatever you got over there, Jimmy, and let's bring on esports because esports is bigger than all of Hollywood and Bollywood combined. It's huge.
Fighting the market.
I know. Chess is no business to compete with such wonderful games.
No, they can't compete with all these crazy.
Any idiot can learn chess in 10 minutes and just play it.
And then you can become a master in a couple of hours.
And the dumbest yesterday I said it was pretty good, Jim. When I asked you in how many languages it was translated, and I thought that it was translated in 198 languages, and then I asked you if it was translated in Urdu, and you said no, and then I said I asked you whether you do translation yourself. Or you have some other. No, you don't do translation.
No, I translated it into funk. That's it.
Yeah, but whatever book you have, you have translation computer programs will translate it.
But there's usually individuals they hire to do the translation.
Why do you need individuals? You don't need people anymore. What planet do you live in? You're in San Francisco, dude. Everybody knows you put everything through a computer program.
They are editors. One of the things that made this book so good was not just my authoring skills, but the editors were intensely valuable in that. And so if you translate it and you use a horse instead of a knight, for example, you translate it into horse. Well, then the editor would catch that and say, no, it's not called a horse, it's called a knight. So what's the Spanish word for knight?
So we had David K. Johnson. We had David K. Johnson on, who won a Pulitzer Prize in his book and his writings. Did you win a Pulitzer Prize by any chance, Jim?
I failed to submit the nomination. I think I might have, but I didn't have the right connections. You know, David knows people.
I see. Okay, so you're a future Pulitzer Prize winner.
I just got to get into the circle that David, rubs elbows with.
Obviously. So we have Jim. So next time I introduce Jim Eade with the Eade Foundation, who wrote Chess for Dummies, but not a Pulitzer Prize winner. Would that be your correct introduction?
That's correct.
Okay, good. Okay, now Beecham House, which is on PBS. Ankit, do you have a chance to see it? It was filmed in India with Samoti Palace, or wherever the heck it is. And apparently you guys have palaces over there in India. And you build all these palaces, and now they use them as hotels, and we never hear about them. So what's going on? Why do you hide all your palaces over there, and we don't get to know?
I mean, a lot of people, visit India to watch palaces. In fact, we have a very popular itinerary trip which is known as Golden Triangle, where we have a triangle where we cover New Delhi, Agra, and Jaipur. So Agra is where the Taj Mahal is, and then Jaipur is where all the palaces is, and then New Delhi is the capital where you have to get down from the airport and then look out for those VIPs in India.
Yeah.
And then
We need to do an Indian travel channel like we're doing with China, because over here we don't hear about any of that stuff. We know about the Taj Mahal, Gandhi, and the Indian knowledge. Okay, I mean,
There's a couple of rivers. There's a couple of rivers.
There's a couple of rivers. You have the Ganges River up there. They have the same photo. It's always the same place all the time in the Ganges. Okay, and so we believe that river's got to be what, a mile long or 1 meter long, and that's it.
Too long. I mean, it starts from Himalaya and it end up on the west coast of India.
Really? Why do they just only show one picture? I mean, all I see is
an iconic picture. So the way you show your White House every time whenever we talk about Trump, there's the White House picture.
Right, and everybody's jumping into it. Is there a reason you jump into it?
We have a lot of iconic pictures in India. We have to just make sure that we have to showcase that picture only with different colors and different seasons.
I mean, do you jump into the river, or something good happen to you if I jump into it? Really?
It's a holy river, basically. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, Nick, you're making me look ugly. It's like, come on. You're putting Americans down too much.
I'm not putting Americans down. I just want to know more about his country. You know,
I'll tell you a story, basically. You know about Arnold Schwarzenegger. So, I mean, he lost his son. I'm not sure at what age and when, basically. But he was having some kind of trouble after the death of his son. And he was not sure what to do because his son was keep on roaming around and he is on dreams and all those stuff. I don't know much about it. But what happened is that one of the Indians have suggested them, Arnold, that you should visit Haridwar, where the Ganges River is, and then do some rituals, and then you can make sure that your son goes to the God's heaven. So he did, and after that he did all those rituals, and after that it's all gone. I mean, there is nothing like that. So Ganga is also used for all those rituals when when we pour the ashes of our beloved in the river, we believe that it goes to the God, and people will get a lot of peace and all those stuff and satisfaction and things like that. And this is going on from years and years. And the important part is that whenever we go to the river to do some kind of rituals, we have a lot of priests who maintain some kind of a balance account or account book of your family. So I, when I visited last time, when my cousin brother expired in July 2019, we met that priest, and then he told us about our 7 generations.
Wow.
Who came when, and what they did, and all those things, and in fact, how much amount they paid it to their people as well. So that is their. I mean, they have a lot of big books, and they're maintaining those books from past 500 to 1,000 years.
Really? Okay. See, that to me is pretty interesting. We never get that information over here.
But then Google. So the database.
Why is India called India?
So India is
Ankit, I'm asking Nick.
You're asking me?
Yep.
I don't have a bloody clue. I have to go on my Globe just to find the bloody thing. But what I want Ankit to do, since you know how to work the computer, Samoti Palace. Can you put it on the internet so people can see this?
We can't ask that question and not answer it.
Of course I can. I can dodge it. This guy is really.
I know.
He knows. Okay. All right.
Let's check to see if Ankit knows.
Okay. No, what he's doing right now, he's doing something important. Rather than asking a banal trivia question that, frankly, no one's interested in,
no one knows.
He's going to put on
the origin of words.
Palace. Okay. And
the Indus Valley. There was a civilization that dated back to the pharaohs in the Indus Valley. And Indus.
No, I'll tell you. No. So this is one of the things, basically. But our country known as Bharat, which is our name in our culture, Hindi, which is known as Bharat, and we call as well Hind. So Hind comes from Hindustan. So that was the culture. But when Britishers were there, they wanted to come up with a name, so they came up with the name India. But when you convert India into our language, we call it Bharat. We don't call it India as something in Hindi. In Hindi, it's called Bharat and Hindustan and Hind and Aryas and all those stuff. But it's a modern name called India. And there's a small community which is debating that why don't we change our name? We should put it as Bharat because our name is Bharat. India is just an English name for it. But Indus Valley is one of the things. That's why the name come up as India.
I have a problem with this explanation. My problem is that what you're saying is that when England conquered the India and they started to call it India. So
Yeah.
before that, they probably wouldn't even know the word India. However, when Columbus expeditions discovered South and Central America, they called it West Indies. So the
Yes.
concept of India was well known to Brits back in 14th, 15th, no, 15th, 16th centuries for sure, before they conquered India, right? So there must be some different explanation.
No. I'll tell you. So basically, there are a lot of theories around. But if you talk about India or if you talk about Bharat, we are from Afghanistan till Burma. It's all one country. But during the Britisher, we divided and then we created like 7, 8, 10 countries now. And then if you wanted to know the full form of India, it is like one of the full form is like India Independent National Democratic Intelligent Area. So it's one of the full form, and then there are multiple full form. But India comes from Indus Valley, but Bharat is our original name because in our culture, if you read our mythological books, we known as Bharat.
Potter?
It was Aryavrat and Bharat basically, and
Really?
then we call it Hindustan. You know Pakistan, you know a lot of countries, Kazakhstan and all those things. So that why Stan is also known as Hindustan, and Samod Palace is in Jaipur, which is a state known as Rajasthan. So Rajasthan means area where rajas and rulers were there, and
Yeah.
Hindustan means where the Hind population is there. But Indus Valley, because of Indus Valley, there is another name which is known as India.
I understand, Ankit, and it's a very good explanation, but I have to tell you that somebody needs to go and edit the Wikipedia page because it comes from according to Wikipedia, it comes from the Indus Valley.
Yeah, the source of all knowledge, by the
The
way.
source of
Because I'll tell you something. Because we still appreciate and we respect India as our name. It's not that we don't want to have this.
Change it. Come on, man. If you're Americans, you'd change it just to be obnoxious. I mean, come on, change your name, bloody, make it whatever the heck you want.
You
In
know
the
that
meantime, can we go over to Modi Palace? I got to show everybody. This is a place I'm going to be staying at.
Nick, do you remember when George Bush Jr., when he was the president, and he had one speech, and he said something about something involved the word Paki, and he was immediately corrected and said it's a Pakistan. He said, yes, it's a country, Pakistan, but people who live in Pakistan are
look at these
Paki.
pictures. Look at these.
Do you remember that?
So he was fitting in with the culture and got criticized for it.
Okay, check this out. Okay, this is my new house, by the way. It's called Samodi Palace. All right, it's also this is where they
Which
filmed
room is yours?
Palace. Well, the thing is, you can rent out any of the rooms you want. They got like hundreds of them. It's a pretty big
It's
place.
a nice cabin.
You know, yeah,
Nice
right.
cabin.
Yeah, this is my new cabin. Okay, the thing is, when I go over to visit Ankit, I was trying to figure out where I'm going to stay. I was going to stay at the West in the Marriott. Then I looked at this place because it's been on television, and it's pretty cool. And I was going like, okay, I'll hang out here for about a month, you know. And they have 3 good restaurants in there, and you get to rent out rooms and hang out. And then I'll eat real Indian food rather than some guy on our TV show goes to London to eat Indian food. I'm going to go to India to eat Indian food, so it's a bit different. But look at these rooms and how well they're decorated, and how clean they are, and how nice they are. I mean, I would go like in a couple months because February and March are a good time if this coronavirus would end. You know, because the flights, I got everything ready, flights, hotel rooms, ready to go. So just let me know when you let ugly Americans like me in. Yeah. And then look at this artwork. I mean, this is all okay. We're doing a big ad for Samodi Palace and Beecham House, which is a new television show on PBS. We don't run it. PBS does in the United States. I don't know where it runs all over the world. It is the Downton Abbey of India and the rest of the world because it's really English and the Brits and the French.
So now Americans care about this palace.
Oh yeah, of course. This will be famous. Yeah. You know, that's the reason I need to go there before it becomes like Highclere Castle, and that everybody goes, "Oh, I got to go to see this place." And Highclere Castle, which is where Downton Abbey was filmed, is packed with tourists now. See, this place is going to get packed with tourists. So you got to get your reservations in soon, dude, if you want to go to this place. And so I saw it on TV in the show Beecham Palace and Beecham House.
But Nick,
and,
how are you going to make this a company expense? How are you going to?
I definitely will. Come on. You know, the company will definitely pay for that.
Okay.
I mean, you know, that's the name of the game. And then we're going to do some filming there, and it'll be all cool, and eat at the restaurants and have a great time. So, yeah, yeah. Wow, look at this. He's showing me more palaces.
So this is so Nick, this is one of the top hotels in India. It's also a palace, Rambagh Palace in Jaipur.
Rambagh Palace. Yeah,
Yeah,
wow. Look at this. And you can stay here rather than staying in those tiny little European hotels. I mean, they have big rooms and big palaces over in India. You know, maybe I'll just do a palace tour. Oh, look at these rooms too. Okay,
my rooms are not that big in London.
Show the palace room. Come on, expand that palace room for our audience. Look at this. Okay, and by the way, don't look at the prices because they're in rupees. They're not real dollars. When you translate to dollars, they're next to nothing. But go look at this palace, the 1-bedroom room. I mean, it's just unbelievably nice.
Nick, and it's a full price. There is no discount yet, right?
Oh no! They run
dynamic pricing basically. For the day.
They run about 100 to 130 a night. In other words, some of them are as low as 70 a night. But if you want,
I'll tell you something. So basically, the Samod Palace, which you have seen, this is a particular palace near the fort. So it's a hotel, but it's not luxury because a lot of palaces are not converted into luxury because they don't have that. Options to get converted. But the Rambagh Palace is one of the 5-star property in Jaipur, and they have all those luxury available. And the pricing are all dynamic basically. So it's not that you'll get it at $100. Some palaces will go for $1,000 as well.
I know. Well, you can spend what you like, but I'm just saying that you can spend as low as, because I checked them on the internet, as low as $76 a night. You can spend $100 a night. You can spend $1,000 a night, depending on how big of a palace room you want. They have the presidential suite, and that could cost quite a bit of money. But if you just got an executive suite, which is still big and nice, it was about $130 a night. And I didn't even check Rambagh Palace out.
It's cheaper than Days Inn or Comfort Inn, right?
Days Inn or Comfort Inn. What about the Motel
6 of India?
I'm going to go all the way to India so I can stay at the Motel 6. No, wrong, Sasha. No, you stay at a bloody palace. Hello.
But Nick, I've stayed at the Ritz in London, and I did not get a room like that.
I know these are actually better. I stayed at the Ritz in Naples, the Ritz in New York. These are actually better than the Ritz Carlton. I'm surprised Ritz didn't take over and rebrand it, because Americans can't figure out that staying in a palace is better than staying at a Ritz. They don't get. Look at this room. Okay, I mean, this is unbelievable.
This is unbelievable.
Unbelievable. This is what I'm saying. Hey man, I will be the best ambassador for India you've ever had, guys. So send me the.
Once he learns why we call it India.
Yeah. Well, call it whatever you want. Okay, look at this place. This is my new home, baby. I'm going to hang out here.
Baby,
what do you think?
This is something else. This is spectacular.
I know. See, usually here's what they do, Ann Kit. In America, they always show these dingy little places in India. You don't want to go there. They never show stuff like this. If they did, we would flood your country. Are you kidding me?
Nick, you've been to Versailles in France?
No, I've been to Paris several times, but I've never
Versailles. Versailles, the Palace of Versailles.
Yeah, I know where it is. Right outside Paris.
It's beautiful, right?
Right.
I don't think it's any better than this.
Yeah, but you can't rent rooms in Versailles. Here you can actually stay there. Okay, I mean, this is absolutely incredible. Where's our travel channel agents? This person does luxury travel. Look at that. Okay, I'm going to be hanging out here at Ankit. So eating great Indian food, hanging out here. And if you want to come visit me, fine. If you don't, look at this. It's a restaurant.
See, we got to get our travel guide to look at this. This is in Moscow, but I think this is a better destination.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, in St. Petersburg, I stayed at the Petro Palace, which the Petro Palace wasn't bad, But the thing is, it wasn't
As
this.
palaces go.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't bad as palaces go. The Petro Palace was fine. I stayed at the country homes in England, you know, and they were big. I should show you Ensham Hall. It's really very nice, but it wasn't like this. This is super duper. I mean, this I can get into. You know, this is what I'm used to. So I can hang out here.
Hey, Sharif, can we get anything like this in Malaysia?
Hey, yeah, Sharif. Okay, Sharif. This is a new high standard, buddy. It's called Palace. Okay, in India. Can you guys beat that over in Malaysia? Otherwise, I am going to India. I am not going to go to Malaysia because I like palaces. You know.
Okay.
Yeah. So tell me what they got in Malaysia.
Yes, Malaysia, it has some palace. Let's say International Islamic University. They have a very beautiful campus in a palace, especially their Sharia law and law related degree they provide there. Beautiful palace. Even beside that, Malaysia actually they had many many beautiful infrastructure, modern even the previous one they have. So I think definitely it's actually a tourist spot. Malaysia, many tourists come from other country, and it's really beautiful country. Beautiful country.
Well, the thing is, Ankit is showing this is where I'm going. By the way,
I've got that in my backyard.
Okay, right. You know, this is Ankit's new backyard. Since he has 1.3 billion Facebook followers, you know, he's decided to move. This is his new house. Okay, and I don't know anyone who could beat this house. It is unbelievable.
Rose bath.
Look at that, a rose bath. I mean, and here, I don't know about Malaysia, but here you can actually rent the place out, hang out there, and you know, it's just unbelievable. And this is actually in India, of all places, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump from the United States. A couple bays.
I haven't seen one ice machine or soda machine yet.
I know. It's disgusting, and they probably don't even allow McDonald's. Look. This is where we're going to have our. Okay, this is where we're going to have our meeting for IBM TV.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so all the producers and all the people that are on, like Sharif, you're all going to have to be here. This is going to be absolutely horrible. We're going to do our business meeting in this palace. Is this still Samodi Palace, or which palace is this?
This is Rambagh Palace.
Rambagh. Okay, Rambagh Palace. Hey, this one does too. I'm okay with Rambagh Palace.
Yeah.
Okay, so this will be the new home of IBM TV. Okay, wow. you know, so we're gonna locate here. Okay, that'll be.
You'll find, and Nick, there is one more thing. You'll find very old and very classy and interesting chess boards in Jaipur as well.
I know where they invented chess over there. You know, so.
Nick, I'm thinking about why wouldn't IBM TV lease a floor in this place? So,
no, we're gonna take over the whole palace. What are you talking about?
The whole.
You know, come on.
Wrong bets.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. This is okay. This is a place to hang out. Do they have a golf course?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Yeah. Do they have a golf course there on Rambagh Palace? I gotta go check out if they got a golf course. See if they got a golf course.
Does it have Hungarian restaurant?
Oh wow! Look at this. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Sasha. This is where we're gonna have our. Okay, that's your bedroom. I mean, that's your bedroom. Okay, think about this. Okay, so when we do our
messy.
What?
It's a little messy.
A little messy. Well, does it have enough space for you?
It's
Sasha?
crowded. It's too crowded, Sasha.
It's crowded. It's too small. I need a bigger bedroom.
Well, does it have a room service?
Yeah, they have room service.
Yeah. They have a butler as well. So
they have room services. They have restaurants. At
least
I look at Samodi Palace. Okay. I'll look at Samodi Palace. Okay, and see, here's where we can have our meetings, or we can hang out after the meeting.
Do they get ESPN?
Yeah, I don't see it.
You can Fox, ESPN, CNN, whatever you want.
Hey, you know, we could even beam an IBM TV on those channels there. Okay, and these are the bathrooms. You get your rose bath.
Oh man,
right? Okay, now you getting it, Jim? This is
the NBC room.
Yeah. So our international meeting is going to be here, either Rambagh Palace or Samodi Palace.
Oh yeah.
Places.
I could get used to that, Nick.
Get used to this, right? Yeah, it's a business expense. What can I tell you? You know, you're going to be forced to go over here and hang out for.
Well, we have to see Ankit somehow.
Yeah, we got to see Ankit somehow. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and so you have room service. look at this, and it's all available for people that are with IBM.
And Kit said if we visited him, no expenses. We can't pay. Our money is no good there. And
No, I know our money's no good here. Well, it's going to be IBM TV money. That's where you have corporate bank accounts for. Okay, this is what you do, because you got to have your meeting and figure out what we guys are going to do with this.
All right. Okay, so I'm jealous. All right.
So okay. I think I sold the team here on this one.
Yeah, but I still can't figure out. Does it have Hungarian restaurant?
Does it have a Hungarian restaurant?
Yeah.
It's in India, dude. I mean,
why would it?
Well, what if Judith Polgar will come there and she would want to have some Hungarian food? How are you going to handle that?
Oh, okay, I see. Well, Judith Polgar has to kind of like figure this one out. If she wants to be a part of the IBM TV family, then she gets to go to places like this. If she wants to go
we'll order out for Indian Hungarian food.
Right, we'll order out for Hungarian just for her.
Or maybe she has to bring with her some supply of Hungarian food.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to be part of IBM TV, you're going to hang out in a place like this. If you want to be part of the chess world, you hang out at the flea markets in the undergrounds of New York. So it's different set there, and what do they call it? Yeah, the flea house.
What about this one?
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I haven't seen this one yet. Let's go take a look at this one. We're looking for locations for those who've just joined us at IBM TV. We're looking at locations for our international meeting. And we're thinking about Samoti Palace because Beecham House was filmed there. But Ankit has just opened up our eyes. There's other palaces available that we can hang out. And this is another one. This is the lobby. This is called Umaid Bawa Palace.
Jodhpur.
Sharif, you got your work cut out for you.
Let's go take a look at this room. Can we get a close up of this room? I just want to see if it's suitable.
Oh, these are so beautiful.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Ankit's bid is in, Sharif. Are you going to one up?
Okay. Wait. You have three choices: a palace room, the royal one bedroom.
There's a lot of rooms.
Check out the presidential suite. Check out the presidential suite. See, that's where I'll stay.
That's a great
grand presidential one bedroom suite.
But where's the prime minister's suite?
Okay, and the thing is, Ankit stays at the Maharaji suite, which is right next door. Okay, because he's a Maharaja. I learned one word, Saib or something like that. You say Saib, and then the Indian people will love you.
Be careful with your pronunciation.
I can't pronounce any of that. I'm a Southerner guy. What do I know? Okay, so this one does. This one we have to put on the list also. Shoot, I'll bring my other company people over there for this.
You might have to have quarterly meetings. It looks like
quarterly meetings. Yeah, quarterly meetings here. This is the Omlad Bawa Palace. Okay, well, we're going to have to go through these palaces real carefully, and then make a vote and figure out where we're going to do our international meeting and which palace. So IBM TV, and we can and we also got to get clearance to let them say, hey, we can film there. I know they'd let the PBS film at Samoti Palace, but the thing is, some of the hotels are really they don't want you to film in their place, and some please film in their place. I mean, they're just different. Okay,
we're going to have to pay more attention to Sasha's investment program if we're going to be able to do this.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, put it all on black. I mean, come on, and roll the dice at Las Vegas to see.
Actually, I want to tell you something, a secret. It's too bad that Shaquille didn't have internet connection yesterday.
Yeah,
because I was about to challenge him to the investment duel. And all proceeds would go to finance IBM TV. And
the investment duel.
Unfortunately, he was not there.
That would be so good.
That was a wonderful show, Shasta.
Right.
You had great guests, and it was really entertaining and interesting. I learned a great deal.
Well, I'm going to pick it up on the rerun. I was going to do it last night, but I conked out. But I want to see the rerun. See, that's the great thing about IBM TV. If you missed the show, like you missed Sasha's great show that he had yesterday on investments, you can pick it up on the rerun, I believe, because David Rubenstein also, who was on yesterday, wanted to know if he could pick up on the rerun. And we do store the reruns, right? Ankit, since you know everything.
When you press the record button.
Oh
no! So all of it is available on our website IBM.tv, and if you want to watch on YouTube, you can go to youtube.com/IBMTV and you can watch it for us.
Okay, let's look at Leela Palace. By the way, this guy Leela, I've been doing my research. Leela is actually some Indian dude who's actually bought up a lot of these places and has a lot of nice hotels. So this Indian dude's got to be pretty rich, except coronavirus. He may be poor now, but he was rich. Okay, and he has like the Leela Palace hotels. We should interview this guy when we're over there because he's got a lot of places. Look at this place, and he actually has a whole chain now. It's like the Leela, this Leela that. He's branded himself. He's like Donald Trump, except like that. So anyway, he's got the Leela Palace.
The hotel is on the shore of a lake, basically. Yeah. So the lake is nearby.
Right.
Yeah. I've been to this place. So it's a beautiful.
Yeah. See, this looks nice also. So what we're going to have to do is get a list together and get our board to vote on where are we going to do our meeting. Because
once a quarter we ought to go over there and go from and ratings ourselves.
Unbelievable. It's really sad that these places, I'm telling you, Ankit, they get no press over here. Every time they show India, they show like a place. They show that one place on the Ganges River, and then they show dirty places. They never show places like this, and I don't get it. I mean, see, if I was them, I would be showing this stuff. Well, maybe they don't want Americans over there. It's like we don't want Americans, so here's what it really looks like.
The Ritz in Manhattan, your view is Central Park.
Oh, the Ritz in Manhattan. Okay, between me and the stars, because I stayed there. Yeah, you're right. It's right on Central Park, and frankly, it wasn't that great. I mean, the thing is, I had a free night there.
Great service, though.
Well, it's a good location. It's right on Manhattan. So
it's an ideal location. Yes.
But usually, I expect more from a Ritz than the Ritz-Carlton in Manhattan. And so I went there. I stayed at the Wellington.
Okay for me. It was okay for me, but it wasn't up to Nick's standards.
It's definitely not up to my standards. I mean, I have higher standards than that. I mean, that's like I need 5-star minimum. 7 stars are good. I think Ankit is showing us the 7-star hotels.
We didn't even know there were 7 stars.
I know. Well, you have to go to the filters on hotels.com has filters. I put 5 stars, not knowing these 7 stars. They don't even show up. What are you showing here doesn't even show up.
Ritz-Carlton in Aruba is a pretty good place.
I forgot where I stayed in Aruba, but there was some hotel. My wife wanted to know if I want to go back to Aruba, and I go, it's like a desert island. It wasn't anything exciting. I like San Martin and Grand Cayman better, even Bermuda. So Aruba was like way down on the list. See, San Martin, at least you have the Dutch and the French side, and it's pretty interesting. They have a beach, which is more interesting. Bermuda has all those roads and volcanoes, and Grand Cayman.
Did you go to Grand Cayman to check out your money?
I had to deal with some bankers there. As a matter of fact, he's the banker. Both I know, and apparently David K. Johnson knows, John Matheson. Okay, who was the head of the Guardian Bank. He writes him on his book. That's the reason when I read his book, I was going, well, I know John Matheson. And John said, hey, you put the money with your, we don't have to pay taxes. We won't tell anybody. Oh, he's telling me about how to do tax evasion. So I left him. My wife said, well, what are you going to do? I said, I can do anything with this guy. The guy's telling me how to do tax evasion, which is illegal. And then he says, we won't tell anybody. Then he got caught by the authorities. He left Grand Cayman. His bank went under, and they were about to arrest him here in the United States. This is a true story. Yeah. And he goes, rather than being arrested, he says, I tell you what, can I stay out of jail if I turn over my client list? They said, sure. He turned over all his clients to the IRS. Think about that one. Okay. Now, if I had listened to him, my name would be part of that client list. It's not good for a tax attorney to be listed as part of a group of tax evaders. You'd probably end up losing your license.
Hard to get more clients that way.
Well, that's the true story of John Matheson. And he's in David K. Johnson's book, Perfectly Legal. The other guy was Jonathan Blockmarker, who still practices, and all the estate planners know him. He's famous in estate planning. But when I moved over to pensions, I said, do you guys know John Blockmarker? No one heard of him. They're famous in their own little world, but when they move another world, they're not. So,
big fish in small ponds.
Yeah, exactly. You can become a big fish in a small pond once you
leave.
Nick,
it creates conflict of interest too.
Of course. Well, there's a long story behind them about the conflicts of interest, but we're not going to get into that because lawyers like Sue comes visit me, and Sue's not a good girl, so you try to stay away from that stuff. Sasha. But instead, here's what you do: you go to India and you hang out at these palaces. Which one's this one?
So
Palace
this is a lake palace. So this hotel is on lake basically. It's a
Funnel.
lake palace in Udaipur.
Wow, Ankit, you know where all these places are. Gosh. Okay,
I'm from India. I
that's
know
why you
it.
have 1.3 billion
I'm
followers.
the ambassador of my country.
Yeah, right.
Well, yeah, it's like Rhode Island, really.
It's like Rhode Island. The palace. This is the
easy
photo.
to know everything.
The Taj Lake Palace, Udaipur, wherever the heck that is.
Yeah.
You know. Wow. Okay, so we could hang out here. This wouldn't be so bad. This looks pretty nice.
And
It's
then
all
you know
lit.
that no one will disturb you because there is no road. You have to take a boat and then reach to the palace.
I don't care. I had to take a boat a couple of weeks ago to the Outer Banks of North Carolina. I'll take boats to go to places. I don't really care. You know, that's not a big deal.
It's
So we
going to be a slow boat to India instead of China.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a slow boat to India. No, I already checked the flight. Air Canada flies from RDU to Toronto, and they got a nonstop from Toronto to New Delhi. But still 17 hours just to get to see you, Ankit. So I've got the flight down. I've been looking for hotels. You've been showing me some really great options. You know, I like the 7-star standard. It's above the 5 stars. Forget the Ritz. Palaces work for me. I'm good with this one. The Taj Lake Palace. Yep, that would work also. So it's, you know the real problem: decisions. Which palace are we going to stay at tonight, honey?
I know.
So 2 nights in all the palaces. 2 nights each in all the palaces.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the real problem is that after a while, you got to figure out which palace are we going to stay at tonight, honey. I guess that's the big decision-making
Nick,
problem.
maybe you stay in each place 1 month, so you will go 1 month
go
in
from
one
palace
place
to palace.
and next
Okay,
place.
right, yeah. Yeah, they'll
It's
say,
time
what are you doing in
flies
India?
in India.
Hanging out at palaces. I'm going from palace to palace. That would be pretty cool.
Sharif, I've got to ask you
Very
a
good.
question.
Yeah.
When you're in Malaysia. Are you near the Gulf of Thailand where you live?
Like you are talking about golf club?
No, the Gulf. Thailand.
He's thinking
Oh,
golf.
okay. Golf Island, yes. I have. Even I live in Subang Jaya. So near this place, I told you, like MIT has a collaboration with MISI, Malaysian Institute of Supply Chain Innovation. So near there is a Gulf Island, very beautiful place, not so far from here. I think it's 25 minutes drive from my place. So Malaysia has a different beautiful place in Malaysia actually, like golf and island and different palace. Malaysia actually a very beautiful country. I know India is very beautiful as well. Malaysia, everything is very systematic and very beautiful. I think Sasha already visit, but what part of Sasha actually live? I don't know. He live in
Oh,
Bukit.
I've been for a month in a place, Genting Highlands.
Yes, I understand.
It's about
yes,
an hour and a half drive from Kuala Lumpur. And in July, it was so cold. You can't believe it. Because I was thinking about going to Malaysia in July, so we had very light dresses and so on, but it was really, really cold. And I didn't anticipate it, and we were struggling with the cold in Malaysia in months of July. And we were there for almost a month.
You know, this Genting Island is reconstruction happening right now. Everything changed. I think that last 1 year, 1.5 years, they are developing everything. I think now you can get the new flavors.
So probably they put now a heat system there, right? So people wouldn't struggle with the cold.
This is the interesting thing. Malaysia is every time there is a summer, but that place is cold. This is the interesting thing. That's why many people actually, those who visit Malaysia, they visit Genting Island. So they do a lot of entertainment and everything. So
Genting is famous for hill station, or Genting is famous for something else?
No, Genting is it's a tourist city. Like they have all of the entertainments and everything for tourists. Even they have
casinos, and these casinos are full of Chinese. You can't get a seat at the table. 24 hours. They are gambling, playing like crazy. Specifically, baccarat, blackjack, and roulette. These 3 games. You can't touch the table. It's just incredible. You have to stay in line, sometimes for 2.5 hours, and then maybe you'll be lucky to get a place. But it's incredible.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
probably it's the same thing now, right?
You live in Pahang or near that? Is that?
Yes, Pahang. There is another place is Pahang and Johor Bahru, Pahang,
I'm trying
Sabah,
to figure
Sarawak.
out where you. I'm trying to figure out where you actually live.
No, I live in near Kuala Lumpur, Subang Jaya.
Oh, okay.
Subang Jaya. It's not like a 20 minutes drive from here. You can find out Sunway City. My condominium is very near to Sunway City.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Thank
I
you.
think Sharif, it's difficult to find out. I think we should come to Malaysia to find out where is that
I
place.
think so too. This is now on my travel destination.
Yes.
And in fact, what we can do is, if we don't have to fly all towards India, I mean, sometimes we don't want a bigger flight, so we can take a stop in Malaysia and then we can fly back to
Yes,
India.
even my place, let's say Subang Jaya, I stay in main place. So this condominium is not so far from airport. Let's say 30 minutes
Right.
drive. So those who are air hostess and pilots, they live in this main place condominium. Many people live there. So it's not so far. So it's not too far from Kuala Lumpur and KLCC because our transportation system is very good, especially rail transportation, even car and everything available. So and this is not traffic and this kind of problem we don't have. So it's very good place, I want to say. So definitely I want to invite you, and especially we have a plan to arrange a summit in this December if everything go positively. So I want to invite you, but let's see what happened this COVID-19 and other
Yeah.
things.
Yes, of course. So you're near the Malacca Strait. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing all of
No,
this.
no problem.
It-
My
it-
my 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 condominium name is Main Place. Main Place.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think I found you.
Okay. Main Place, you can find that up to the third floors there is a big shopping mall, then car parking, then eighth
Uh-huh.
floor we have very beautiful what we see like swimming pools and the gym and all of the beautiful things. Then up to 30th floors. Yes, many
Yeah.
people actually live this condominium. It's very famous.
Well,
Tell me, is your swimming pool open during coronavirus?
No.
It's not.
Swimming pool not open. Swimming pool and gym. Recently, like let's say from July, actually gym open because Malaysia SOP they are following government law, rules and regulations very strictly. Even that point, I said that when there is a like natural time, there's a lot of people, especially in evening, they come to swimming pool, they go swimming, go to gym, many things happen. But now, no.
So
Even
in Toronto, the same policy as in Kuala Lumpur, no difference.
yeah.
no, Kuala Lumpur actually, all of the condominium has swimming pool, all of the facilities, but they strictly following this COVID-19. Even example, I see that recently some of the people they do not wearing mask in Kuala Lumpur. So
Really?
government, yes, recently because now everything open step by step. So government again imposed that definitely you have to wear mask. If you do not wear mask, we will send you jail or financial penalty. I think this good. This good.
Yes.
So
Yes, I agree. And that's true in Toronto too. You get some penalties, but we're not doing that so much in the
Oh,
United
in
States.
Toronto, it's now $2,500 penalty.
Unbelievable.
Mhm.
So, this is my ignorance, Sharif. I have to apologize for it. But I've always thought of Singapore as an island nation. But it's
It
really
is.
just a very narrow strait separating the island from
right.
Malaysia.
Well, Singapore
Like-
was a part of Malaysia. They
yes,
got
yes.
independent quite recently, maybe 30, 40 years ago. And Singapore is doing fantastic. I've been a couple of times in Singapore. It's a fantastic place. Kuala Lumpur, I was only once, but for a month in Genting Island. Oh, by the way, they have a special bazaar in Kuala Lumpur. And one of my best purchases was made in that place. I bought a Rolex watch for $20, and it was
Okay.
working perfect for 1 year. Can you imagine for $20 you have 1 year of Rolex? It looked exactly like Rolex. It was fantastic. I was so
I got
pleased.
that in Manhattan. I got a $20 Rolex in Manhattan.
Mine was $15 Rolex
Yeah,
in Manhattan.
okay.
They sell it right on the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the big deal?
So I knew that Kuala Lumpur is very expensive place.
Hey,
So I overpaid.
you gotta look for the deal, Sasha. Okay, here's the deal.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to put this up here, Ankit. It's called the Berjaya Langkawi Resort, Berjaya. Okay, look at this resort, Berjaya Langkawi Resort, Langkawi. All right.
I'll find out if there is a seniors discount.
Okay. You would love the price here, Sasha. Okay, this is a beautiful resort, 5 stars. Okay, so
Beautiful.
Okay, suitable for guys like Jim. For me, I'm looking for better, but that's okay. 5-star resort on the water. Total price per night, $47.
Oh, come on.
Yes, go look at it. Come on,
Yes.
man. This is it, buddy. I'm not kidding. This is what I'm saying.
Yes.
This is the reason you go to IBM TV. $47 a night.
You're breaking my heart.
It is a 5-star hotel. It is in Malaysia. It's called the
Berjaya.
Look at this. This is $47 a night.
Beautiful.
Dude, I'm just gonna hang out there for the year. Come on.
Mhm.
You know, I didn't know if they have a golf course or not, but they're on the
Do
water.
they have good internet connections there?
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. So you can trade them.
question.
They do. This is Malaysia.
If they do, you know what? You can sell everything what you have here.
I'm gonna go over there and just live in the hotel. Look at it. It's
Yes.
$47 a night. I just checked it on the internet while you guys were yapping. I was doing some homework, buddy. I was looking for the deal. Okay, you get to live there for $47 a night. Now it's not a palace. Okay, it's not a palace, Jim. So you have to kind of get used to it. And Ankit's going, it doesn't suit his style because it's not a palace, but it's not bad for $47 a night. I mean, how can you go wrong? You know, and look at, you have a pool. You know, you get food service. Look at this, a beautiful place at the whopping price of $47 per night. You know, so yeah, and go look on the website. You'll see where it's $47 a night. And I was going like, wow,
So,
that's $47
but there's
a night.
probably a sales tax on top of it. No?
Yeah, $5 sales tax. Yeah, it's gonna break your bank there, dude. It'll be $50 a night. Come on, you trade in 2 minutes, you make that That's not a big deal.
Let me
Okay,
check.
yeah, he's gonna look at the prices. Hopefully they'll put it in US dollars, but maybe not. But I just checked it on the internet. You guys can fact check me if you'd like. $47 a night. Now it's not a big room.
It's on
not
the
a
internet,
small
Nick. I believe you.
Yeah, I believe everything on the internet. Yeah, right. You know, but no, I just checked it. It was $47 a night. I was going, okay, 5 stars in Malaysia, 47. See, this is what I'm looking for. That's a deal.
Yeah.
It's not a palace, but certainly a deal.
But
You know?
Nick, tell me, do you need any recommendations to get a room there?
Well, we have our business meeting there. You understand?
Oh,
Sasha?
okay.
Okay. So the thing is, we have to have our business meeting there. You know.
Oh,
I mean, this is this is the reason you have corporate bank. I mean, corporate slush. I mean, this is the reason you work for a company is that you have your business meeting there. When I was in the insurance industry, I guess I still am sort of, but I'm not a producer anymore. We used to win junkets. Okay, and what would happen is like I went to Australia, Sydney, Brisbane, Cairns, Uluru. That was all paid for by Hartford Life. I didn't pay anything for that. I just. Hey, I'm a top producer for Hartford.
Life of Riley.
Yeah, right. I went to Aruba on another insurance junket, American National. You know, corporate junkets are great, and the thing is, what?
If you can get them.
Yeah, you can get them. I got a lot of them. I had one time I had so many of them I had to turn them down. I was going like, I had too many belated vacations. I said they're putting me out of business. So the thing is, I started turning them down because I had them from New York Life, I had MetLife, I had all these.
That's a first world problem. Yeah.
It's a first world problem. Okay, but see, this is a
junkets were becoming a full-time job for you, actually.
Yeah, junkets are full-time job. But see, this is a great place for a junket. We can offer our producers, our television producers, a week stay at wherever this place is in Malaysia. You know?
Well, I've got a question for Sheree.
What?
Yes.
I've been married for 30 years, but before that I hung out with a different crowd, and they would go to Thailand. That was their place, a destination. Why Thailand and not Malaysia?
I think that Thailand, actually many people go because of they are very open. very. This is one of the things. Like you say, it's a cultural factor. Many people actually go, and Thailand actually, I think, is cheaper than Malaysia. Definitely,
Oh,
Cheaper? You mean I can do better than 47 a night for a 5-star hotel? Are you serious?
Yes, I think this is one of the issues.
Okay,
that
okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to do my homework. I'll be back, guys. Okay, he's doing.
he's surfing the net now for a better deal. But this is because what you're describing about Malaysia has really been opening up my eyes. What a beautiful country! What a prosperous country it is, and why the destination was always Thailand for the people that I hung out with.
There are several reasons I'll tell you about. Okay, go ahead. Go.
Even example in my condominium, let's say main place. I
Yeah.
know many American people, Canadian people. They live here. Even from California, I know one of my friend. Their family, they sold their house and everything, and they come and they live here. So I asked them, even my friends from those who come here in Malaysia, they visit with me, and they said, yes, this is beautiful, and I like here food, here culture, especially infrastructure is very good. Malaysian infrastructure very good. So they enjoy, but yes, there are actually different opinion. Every people has different opinions, but I'm very honest. Like I told you, I have my family member different country, but I choose Malaysia that because of the lifestyles. Even I do some religion practice and these things. So Malaysia, I can do it properly, and environment, I think I want to say very good, very good. Even example, let's say Sasha visited Singapore. I do not know he visit Sunway Velocity, and these things.
Yes.
I'm sure if you at present, yes.
About what Jim was asking about difference between Malaysia and Thailand. I've been in Thailand, spent there about 10 days in total. Um, there's a big difference. Okay, number one, whether you want to live there or just to visit. For visit, uh, if you must choose one of two, Thailand is both hands number one for visit, not to live. To live, Malaysia is more modern and has better infrastructure. So if you would leave, I would choose Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, probably. Now to visit Thailand is place second to none. First of all, don't forget that that's the only country in that region that was never occupied by foreign powers, whether European or any others. And it has absolutely incredible, unique culture, language, religion. Although religion is probably more likely like a Buddhist, not the main Buddhist, but very close to Jain Buddhism. And it has absolutely fantastic King's Palace. And I mean, you can spend there 10 days and every day see something new, something exciting, and it's fantastic place.
I have my Thailand report. Okay, because I did my quick internet
Before you
research.
get to that, Nick, we've got to introduce Ben. Ben is from the UK, and I'm thinking you forgot to own Thailand at some point.
God, I missed it. Well, he's from Great Britain, not just Britain, Great Britain. And for some reason, they must have missed it on the map because they've owned everything else over there in Great Britain, you know. But we're hey Ben, we're looking for some great places to do our international meeting, and we've looked at India. They have palaces there. You got to check these palaces out.
Ben knows about it.
Ben knows about it. Man, I didn't know if you know.
Yeah, he was there.
Oh, okay. Well, we're going to rent a palace for all our producers. We're going to hang out at a palace, or they have some really nice places in Malaysia. We checked them out, and they're less expensive. But even less expensive is Bangkok. You can go to the Emerald Cove, Koh Chang 5-star hotel for the whopping price of 5-star hotel in Thailand, $34 a night. Yes, $34 a night. Even Sasha may have to pinch his pennies and pay for that $34.
Sasha knows one night in Bangkok.
Well, not but there it is. 5 stars, $34 a night. Are you kidding me? You
I believe
cannot
you,
be
Nick. You
serious.
don't have to show me. I
You
believe
know, I mean, the thing is, dump those $1 million, 1-bedroom apartments in San Francisco.
So Nick,
Stay at the 5-star hotel for
quick
34
question: Are these star color with some different color, or I mean 5 stars, or they have white or blue color? Which color they have?
Well, why don't you Google it? It's called the Emerald Cove Ko Chang. By the way, they also have good Thai food in Thailand. See, Jim would go to Malaysia to get Thai food and says, well, they're good Thai food in Malaysia. Dude, go to Thailand to get good Thai food.
we have some good Thai food in San Francisco.
Yeah, you have good Thai food in San Francisco. Go to Thailand to get real Thai food. Hello.
By the way, in Bangkok, I visited the largest restaurant in the world.
Oh,
It's, there are several islands, and they have little bridges between them. It sits at the same time. It could seat 5,000 people, and they have servers on rollerblade. So they're on rollers. They're very fast. You can't believe how fast they are. So you can order your food, and your food will be in about 20, 30 minutes, which is great, because if they would walk, it would take an hour and a half to bring the food. But on the rollers, they can do it very quickly.
Let's look at this hotel. Okay, this is for the whopping price of $34 a night. Okay, so let's see some pictures for this $34 a night. There we go. Okay, 30. It looks like it looks like San Francisco, right? Oh wait, there's a beach back there. You have beaches in San Francisco? No, you don't.
Yes, we do. Of course,
you have cold bays and volcanic ash. Okay. And so the thing is, check this out. This is not San Francisco. This is Thailand, guys. For those this is going to be our new place for our meeting, our international meeting. We're going to have to go check it out for the large, whopping price of $34 a night. Look at this. This is why you have corporate junkets. And we tell what they do in the insurance industry.
Yeah.
Well, if you do enough production, you win this corporate junket. So if our producers do really well, we got a lot of people showing up. You get this junket into Thailand. They have good Thai food. It is a 5-star hotel, not 7. Like Anket showed us the 7-star palaces. We're going to have to palaces for our really top television production shows. We'll get to go to the palace in India. The ones that are okay but not great, well, you get to go 5-star in Thailand. I like that. Look at this. Wow. So you have good Thai food. That'll get you guys started this morning.
Yeah, I don't go to London for the Thai food.
Oh, yeah, you went for the Indian food.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. But see, look at this. Okay, so for the top producing television shows on IBM TV, they get 1 week in Thailand for the real good ones. The Gold Club, Gold Standard, they get to go to India for the palaces, and that's what you do. And it works. That's what they do in the insurance industry. I'm not kidding. So the top producers all got to go to the palaces, and the next ones go to this. And this isn't so bad, They have good Thai food. So what do you think? Not so bad. $34 a night. Now, what you don't tell them is hey, look, it only costs the company $34 a night.
I cannot get this in downtown San Francisco.
Downtown San. That's what I'm saying.
I could pay more. Yeah. I could pay much more for my room, but.
I paid $34 to park in Manhattan. Come on.
Yes.
You park for an hour in Manhattan, $34, or you can spend a day there in Thailand. So it's called the Emerald Cove. They're not paying for us to advertise, but they can't afford to. They're only charging $34 a night. so the Emerald Cove Ko Chang in Thailand. What do you think, Ann?
Unbelievable.
I've got some meetings there too.
Inexpensive as well.
Inexpensive at all. No, it's value proposition.
Yes.
Even Sasha is starting to take notes. She's going, okay, time to go to Thailand. So we are waiting for COVID-19 to break so we can have our meetings in these certain places.
So Nick, you're saying there's a big world out there beyond Silicon Valley?
You wouldn't know that. So the thing is, in Silicon Valley.
Well, I can Google places, but
right. By the way, Great Britain is off the list, Ben. Okay, we're not going to have our meetings there. Not to offend the people in Great Britain, because we know you're great, but you're also bloody expensive. I mean, gosh, the hotel rooms in London. Shoot.
Oh, my favorite was the Brown's Hotel in London, and that was not $34.
Right. Well, maybe I can have him show where I stayed. Isham House. I'll have to give you the spelling of it. It was right outside of Oxford. I rented they call it a country estate or whatever you guys call it over there.
Yeah, Ben, I got to tell you, Leicester Square should be spelled Lester. I don't understand. I don't understand the spelling.
No one understands it. That's the reason all the colonies left.
That's why nobody takes over us, because nobody understands us. That's why we take over everywhere else, you see, Jim.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And you don't spell center correctly either. You know, town center. I'm not sure.
Okay. Google this one. This is my last day in his wonderful country. Here's how it's spelled. This is Ankit. EYNSHAM. EYNSHAM. Incham Hall, Hall. Let's go take a look. This was my last residence when I was over in on Great Britain. You know, not knowing that we're going to change our name. I'm surprised Trump hasn't done it yet. The Great United States of America.
We're making it great again.
Well, right now we didn't change the name. India could be called Great India.
Oh,
you know.
Then I would go there.
Okay, let's go look at Incham Hall. EYNSHAMHALL. Incham Hall. We're gonna go take a look at this. All right. This is my last.
You really got good at this sharing screen stuff, Nick.
I know. Well, he's good at. I can't get. Oh, there we go. That was my last residence in Great Britain. Okay, so take a look. It wasn't so bad. They call it a country manor. It was okay. We actually did have a swimming pool. I swam in the swimming pool, hung out in the lobby, and you can go there. And you can get some really great deals. It had a nice little place, but it was so hard to find. I kept getting lost because they have these nice little view,
beautiful
nice little house. The thing is, the roads are so narrow. It's right outside of Oxford. Okay,
they've got to get some newer statues, though.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's England. Everything's old there. If it's not old, they make it old or make it look old. Even it's But the thing is, it was a nice little estate. You could hang out, walk around the gardens and stuff. So if you want to, we could have our meeting there. By the way, that last time was a value proposition. I could get this pretty cheap for those guys at IBM TV who are our regulars, and we could have a week meeting there. It's just the cost to get to. And it's right outside of Oxford, but they have these little narrow roads. People drive on the wrong side of the road over there.
So confused.
It's called Incham Hall or something like that. There we go. Okay, what do you think, Jim? Not a bad place to hang out.
No,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lobbies are pretty good. The food wasn't bad either. I mean, it was British food. They're not very known for their cuisine, but frankly, it wasn't bad.
This meets my standards, Nick.
What?
This meets my standards.
It does? Okay, right.
Nick,
well,
you know what is the British contribution to a world cuisine?
What?
Fish and chips.
It was what?
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips. There you go. Yeah. See, if you're looking for great cuisine, you get fish and chips.
I was expecting different kinds of chips. I was so shocked when I got the.
Yeah.
It's called Incham Hall. I've been there before, so I'm totally familiar with it. And it's right outside of Oxfordshire. One of my friends actually lives in Oxford. And so the thing is, I went to visit him. I needed a place to stay for the night, and this would do.
So you want to tell me that it's only $33 per night?
No, it's actually, though, it's pretty reasonable. I don't know what it costs right now. What's the price on that? Ankit, let's go to rooms and see how much it costs to stay there. I haven't been there in a long time. I was there about 4 or 5 years
ago. I bet they won't have that in dollars either, though.
Yeah, they will. The Brits, come on, they want our dollars over there.
Hey, Lynn, welcome to the show. We're taking shots at Ben again. So
taking shots at Ben again? No, we like
our
British overlords.
Why would we want to take shots at Ben? We like.
I don't know. Nick starts it. I just pile on.
Okay. What are the rooms?
Seemingly, Lynn. Seemingly, Lynn. Nick hasn't found the steering wheel on his car.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, there's a background going on. Seemingly, Nick. Seemingly, Lynn. Apparently, Nick's not found a steering wheel on a car yet and keeps accusing our lanes of being too small.
Oh, we were looking for Lynn. We're looking for places for our business meeting. Now, I've stayed here before. This is the place I rented when I was in jolly old England because I needed a jolly old place to hang out. And this was jolly pretty good. They actually have an indoor pool, but I can't find what the prices are right now. We were trying to figure out what it is.
How about
Hey, Nick, why are you trying to
What?
get such a decadent place?
Well, because I need to hang out somewhere, Mark. And see, the thing is, for the producers on IBM TV, we
I
have
gotta
to have
say,
our
man,
international meeting somewhere. Okay, we're not going to do it at the Waduk, but the Waduk's pretty good. I bet I'm a member of the Waduk here. It's okay, but then that means they would have to come here, and I already live here. I don't want to come here.
it was such a confusing country, though, Nick. I went to Piccadilly Circus, and I was so disappointed.
Yeah, but that's in London. This is in Oxfordshire. It's a whole different world way out there. So you're away from the London smog, fog,
There were no elephants. There were no clowns.
well, see, we can find the elephants in India. Those dudes over there have India. They have.
We have elephants and we have tigers as well.
Why don't we go to
Yeah.
a fancy place in India? I'd rather go to India than England.
Oh, you would? Okay,
Eugene
and show
didn't
them
play, Mark.
that
We
place,
saw
that
India.
Ramda Palace. Okay, this place.
Okay.
This place, Mark, may be the place that we're going to have our international meeting at. Show them that palace that we just showed earlier. See, Mark missed this. We're having our big meeting trying to figure out where we're going to have our international
Early
meeting
birds
for
get the word,
IBM
Mark.
TV. Okay, and Mark missed it. Okay, now Incham Palace, what you just saw, I've been there, done that. So for me, going back there again, I don't know if I want to do that. So let's go look at India. I'd rather go to India, and let's go look at some of the palaces. Okay, there we go. What do you think about this
55
place?
pounds a night. Wow.
Okay, let's
That's not bad.
go
Yeah, I
take
like
a look
this.
at. Okay, is this suitable for you, Mark? Okay, this is in India. Which palace is this that we're going to be renting out?
Rambagh Palace, Jaipur.
This is Ramba Palace. Now, Ramba Palace isn't so bad. This is where we'd have to have our meeting, Mark, to figure out what IBM TV is going to do going forward. That's kind of a courtyard, and
And your money's no good there. Ankit's paying for it.
yeah, Ankit, with his 1.3 billion followers, is going to fit the bill. He's already offered to be the sponsor and take everybody around. Let's go take a look at some of the rooms that are here. This is one of the places that you can be at. Now, this is in India, though, Mark, so it's a bit of a flight. I already checked the flights. RDU we take Air Canada to Toronto nonstop to New Delhi. It's about 17 hours. Okay, this is the courtyard, where we can have some of our meetings. We have to bring some cameras. I mean, it's a pain. I've
It won't
been
take
down
so
the
long
road
from
before.
San Francisco.
The Indian food is good because it's served
I
by
like Indian
real.
food.
Okay, you better like it because it's real good Indian food. We have to get the funk guy to come because he's famous, Zach.
Yeah.
So we just got to twist his arm. He may not want to go, but because it's a long flight. But see, it's not bad though. What do you think?
Hey, I'm really liking this. I'm liking it a lot. And,
You
I'm
like
glad that Ankit's putting the bill because I understand that Ankit is really kind of like Branson. So he's
Oh
got all that money over there in
you
India.
should see his palace where he lives. I mean,
I'm
but the
holding
thing is,
out for a private
I
jet.
thought this was the one. Isn't this?
no, he's
Ankit
got
house?
another one. He's got another one. And Ankit, what was that palace? Samboy Palace. Show him the other palaces. This is just one of many palaces that we can go to. So the real problem with IBM TV guys, we're going to have to figure out which palace we're going to go to.
Yeah.
Now these are 7-star hotels. He told me all about this. We've had meetings on this. We can go downgrade to 5-star hotels and go to Malaysia. And then you can go down to 5-star hotels in Bangkok. So the real problem is, but with the real problem you have, Mark, is this is just one palace. He's got several of them, and the decisions. Which palace do you want to go to, Mark?
Well, see, they'll send you to
I'm
at
working
their own
on it
expense.
really off the top of my head.
India.
But I do want to see.
Or we could go.
Right.
Hey, you know what we could do, Mark? We could go palace hopping.
Oh,
Palace,
topic. I like this. But what does my Malaysian brother have for us? Because I'm sure he's got something really exciting
He
for us
does.
as well.
He does. We
did a Malaysian tour too.
We did a Malaysian tour too because see what we're going to do is our top TV shows will go to the palaces in India. Then if you're good but you're not great, you go to the 5 stars in Malaysia. And has them all down. Okay, this is okay. Wait, this is Samboy Palace. I know where this one is. This is actually where they filmed the PBS Beecham House. You got to see that TV show, Mark. It's filmed right here, and we can go here if you don't like the Ramba Palace. So
I bet Ben pronounced it differently.
the Beecham House. Okay, it's not so bad. I looked at the rooms. Okay, that would be your courtyard. That would be your place that you would live, so to speak, at least for the week that we would be there. You know, I might be there for a month just to hang out there. Okay, not a bad place to hang out. What do you think? Okay.
Yep. All right.
Yeah. So the thing is, they actually film PBS shows here, so it's becoming famous. It's like, and the show is really good. I saw it on PBS. These are the entryways, and we'll take a look at some of the rooms in just a minute. These are some of the places we can do our meetings. This is when COVID-19 disappears. They actually film in all these places around here, but this one actually has good artwork. You can watch some good artwork. Okay, there are the grounds. At least it was years ago. This palace is actually now a hotel, 475 years old. Believe it or not.
Whoa.
Hard to believe.
Yeah. So the thing is, and yes, they do filming there, so we have to bring our cameras, and we will hang out here at this.
That's older than our country, Nick.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right.
In the country.
Our country is not that old, but I think it's a pretty place, you know, to hang out. So this is another choice. So Mark, we're going to send it around to all the people at IBM TV, and they get to
please send it around. We'll have a vote. I'll talk to Zach when he's around the corner.
Yeah, right. We'll have to have
see
a vote. Which
what
palace
we like.
you wanna go to.
But I do have a question for you. Jim is got this deep affection. I'll put it that way. This deep affection for somebody from South Africa. So have we looked at South Africa at all and any of their exciting places? Because I'm thinking that might be some place that we could go. And then I've got a good buddy of mine that actually is a cousin. He went to Costa Rica, and we thought we weren't going to be able to get him out of Costa Rica. So maybe we want to look at Costa Rica too.
Okay, we didn't check Costa Rica. We haven't checked out South Africa. So the thing is, I'll be back.
I'll be back. All right, Arnold. Well, I must say, Ben, what do you think?
I just want to sit here and just look today. I think I don't really, there's no conscious today. Just go around websites looking at these palaces. I mean, I looked at Einshamall and it's £55 a night. But I mean, people look at these places and think they're out their scope, don't they? But when but it's just a perception. But there's some fantastic places. Ankit, let's do a tour. Let's do a tour of India.
Yeah.
Some great.
We are just waiting for the vaccination, and then once we all get vaccinated, we can have a party in India.
Yeah. How many vaccinations are we talking about, though?
Oh, well. I'd book a year, Jim. I'd book a year. Book a year out. But, I mean, Ankit, how many of them are yours again? and do you think that, look, Sasha's just gone off to invest in one of them, look. That's where he's gone. Yeah. Sasha's just gone to invest in one of the palaces.
So Sasha wants to pool up some money and then he'll invest it and then he'll give us like 50% returns and then we can have a party wherever we want.
Well, the best of you guys are going to go to India and I'm going to be stuck in Malaysia with Sharif.
Okay.
We can talk with Sharif. Sharif's a real good guy. I like Sharif. So I'll join you over there with Sharif because I like Sharif.
All right. Then we'll have two parties.
But Sharif is joining us in India.
Yeah, no problem. We as we are developing a global team, so we can visit USA, we can visit Canada, we can visit India, we can come to Malaysia. Maybe we can do a global conference, right?
But
So,
what about London?
London.
A little north of London.
Yeah, a little north of London. Yeah, Oxford's a nice place actually. It's where they filmed Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's Hogwarts to me.
Well, back to you, Jim, as well. I was only telling you. But
I think to cover all the things, I think we should meet twice a year so that we can have different spots around the world.
I just think we should be doing quarterly meetings. In this day and age, you really should be doing this every quarter.
I like this idea, Jim. Quarterly meetings, different locations. This works. We can even go over there to Canada, where Sasha is currently at, and then he can also take us to Russia.
What does our sponsor think about all our planning, spending his money to go to these places?
What do I think?
Hey, we better give our sponsor some time because we're already spending the money way before we're making it. So, let's get the dollar store a couple minutes because, by the way, I did find a nice hotel in Johannesburg, 5 stars for the whopping price of $68. Okay, we do have minimums. 5-star is a minimum. 7 stars is okay.
Let's let Lynn talk.
Okay, let's let Lynn talk.
Nobody's talked about going to Odessa. Maybe we want to go to Odessa. right,
Well,
Sasha?
the reason we have to shop at the dollar store and save our dollars because we're going to blow it all on these hotels and palaces. and on all the people who watch the investing and financial fitness stuff, you know, that financial fitness investing shows. Well, forget it. We're going to go to blow it in a palace. So tell us a little about the dollar store.
I'm my family is the owner of what we call the Family Dollar Store. It's an online dollar store. Basically, what we are doing is supporting the mission of Money Masters PBS, which owns IBM TV. As Nick was just talking about, we're supporting the mission of basically financial fitness and financial education, which apparently most of the people on the panel have forgotten about based upon the current conversation. So what we want to do is reduce the gap between poverty and financial sustainability by providing financial education and financial fitness so that everybody can go stay in one of the palaces, either in England or in India or in Malaysia, one of those places. But anyway, so enough of the levity. What do we do? We have an online store. We have over 4,300 items. I haven't checked with Mark in the last day or two, but the last I heard, he's looked at about 4,117 or 4,119 of the 4,300 items. So he still has 181 to go. He may still find his hammock, who knows? But we have lots of great products. Interestingly enough, we ship for free for orders of $25 or less. And what can cost $25 that you might get shipped for free to you? Well, we have face masks. Now, I know if we were all on here, Jim would be holding his up, but I'm also going to ask Jim, because he's the mathematical genius here. We have gift tokens. And with you'll get immediately $5 worth of gift tokens simply by signing up to become a customer. So if you go and you buy $5, $25 worth of face masks, you get 50 of them. It's really only going to cost you $20. They get shipped for free. And, you know, even though I have an engineering degree and I should know math, I have to ask Jim to use his calculator to figure out what it's going to cost per mask. And Jim will tell us in a second. Oh, 40 cents. There you go. But here's the thing. These face masks, you know, a lot of people, I was just in a meeting, the lady was talking about one thing that she does to basically get rid of the stress of COVID is she makes face masks, and she makes cloth face masks. Well, people don't realize that the mist that comes out of your mouth goes right through the cloth. So cloth face masks are about 10% or less effective. These masks are 95% effective. And they only cost you 40 cents if you use your gift tokens. 40 cents a mask. You can't get these anywhere. Usually I like to wear them, by the way, because I don't want anybody to get computer viruses. And so, you know, I'm going to wear them. But anyway, today I don't care about that because I love you guys. I'm not going to give you computer viruses. But here's the other thing. You can get, we have some CBD products in small packets that people can get a hold of, like these patches, which have lidocaine in them. And of course, Sasha knows what's coming now. I can see he's anticipating, because as a chess player, Sasha being the terrific chess player that he is, we know that Jim, who is going to play Sasha sometime, he needs to put one on his head first, because he knows there's going to be pain playing Sasha. And then, of course, because those chess players are so heavy and you don't want to get tendonitis, you need to put one on your arm before you move the chess players. So anyway, so use the patches. And I know they work because I do have tendonitis in my elbows, or in my shoulders. And so I'll put them on my shoulders when I go out to do yard work, and I do a lot of that. And then if we want to join Kimberly and join the club, Kimberly loves the Minion napkins. So we have Minion napkins. But so I'm in the Minion Napkin Club right now. But my wife was looking at the site the other day, and she said to me, you know, Lynn, you really ought to talk about the things that are available for kids. So I was talking to a fella the other night. He's in the insurance business. He has 4 kids, all one going into high school this year, one going into junior high school, one going into kindergarten, and the other one is somewhere in between. His wife is a teacher, so she has to start on Monday, this coming Monday, going back to school, and he has to worry about the kids who may or not go back to school. And he said, I've got to spend time, you know, figuring out how to keep my kids occupied during the time. Well, on our website and some of these 4,119 products that Mark has seen, we have things for kids to keep them occupied. Okay, we have games and lots of other things that the kids can use. And you know, it's time for kids to learn how to do something and play and do what some of us, like Sasha and Jim and I, did because we're older than the rest of you. Well, maybe Mark, you're coming close. But we had to learn how to occupy ourselves because we didn't have these things. We didn't have computers. So we made up our own games. One game I made up, and I had a friend who was the president of a toy company, sadly passed away before back in 2006. And he was president of Connects. Okay, he was English. Who came here to run Connects. But I was talking to him about creating a game where kids could play baseball. And what's happening today? Baseball is starting today. Oh,
right.
Oh, yes.
That's right.
Yeah. So come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Don't do that to me.
Hey, Jim, I hate to tell y'all this, because I know you're got that New York team. I know that Lynn is rooting for a certain team. All I can say is, go Brewers!
Go Brewers. Okay. All right.
And nothing against the Brewers.
So anyway, I created a game, and you know, I was going to talk to my friend, and actually I had talked to him about it. He thought it was actually marketable. And then sadly he passed away, and it was, you know, the times were different. So I didn't do anything with it, but it was a game of playing baseball. We used baseball cards. Okay. We used we took a paper bag, we cut it down, we made our own baseball stadiums. So Jim, because he's old enough to remember this, will remember Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. So we had one that was Ebbets Field. We had one that was the Polo Grounds, which was where the Giants played. Okay. We had one that was Shibe Park, which is here in Philadelphia before it became known as Connie Mack Stadium. And we used dice. And so the number, whatever you did when you rolled the dice, sometimes it was a single, sometimes it was a double, sometimes it was a ground out, sometimes it was an out. But we occupied ourselves, and that's what's nice. On the dollar store, we have games that kids can play. They don't need their cell phone. They can occupy themselves by playing games, and maybe it will give them an idea of how they might be able to occupy themselves by inventing their own games. So people should go to the dollar store. We have lots of name brand products, Johnson & Johnson. We have stuff from Fisher Price. We have stuff from Sesame Street. We have Dove soap. People maybe don't know that Dove soap suds extremely well. And when you use it, if you think you touched COVID or something like that, it gets rid of the outer sheath on the COVID virus, which allows you to kill the virus. So what I didn't say is we ship all over the United States. We'd like to ship to Toronto, but as Sasha knows, we have the Border Patrol up there. So, you know, it's not going to happen. Not only can I not go see my daughter who lives near Sasha, but we can't even ship products there. So what Sasha and I are going to do is we're going to go to Buffalo. We're going to go to the to the crossing, and we're just going to go to the bridge.
Peace
Where
Bridge. It was Peace Bridge.
what's it called?
Peace Bridge.
Peace Bridge.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go to the Peace Bridge, and we're going to set up a chess because I got my book from that Jim wrote called Chess for Dummies. Show us, Jim. And so I'm going to learn so I can play with a master like Sasha, and we're just going to set up the chess set right there on the bridge.
It's going to be, Jim, we will call it Chess Without Borders.
Yeah, that's a good name. I like it.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So we'll have fun, but we can ship in the United States. We can deliver right to your home unless you happen to live where I live in Pennsylvania, because in our community we don't have mail delivery. So I've got to go to the post office, but that's fine. I have fun doing that. And maybe as Kim said, there's a correlation because we haven't had any COVID cases in our community. So maybe there's a correlation between having to go to the post office ourselves. Who knows? So we're giving all of our profit to IBM TV through the end of August. 100% of our profit. We're encouraging people to sign up to become customers and let's shop. Even Sasha can sign up to be a customer, just like Ankit did, because you know people in the United States. You can just because you feel sorry for Jim for losing to you all the time, you can send him some stuff to his place in the Socialist Republic of Northern California.
I could buy somebody else's book.
Yeah. So you can do that. Or Sharif, he can, because I know Sharif, you know people in the United States. So you can become a customer. We'll give you some gift tokens. You can send them to your friends in here in the United States. Ankit's brother, who lives in Maryland, has signed up. His sister lives 20 miles away from me in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. They have the biggest mall, almost the biggest mall in the country, maybe even the biggest mall in the world. Ankit's been there, okay? And today, half of the stores are closed. So why does she have to worry about going in, standing 6 feet, going through the place 6 feet apart from everybody else? Maybe not being able to go into the stores, buy on the dollar store and ship it here. So, yep. And, everybody can buy. Ben can buy in England. Ben has friends here in the United States. So, everybody feels sorry
Ben
for
has
you,
friends
Jim.
in the United States.
Wait a minute. Every time you mention friends from the United States, Jim keeps pointing to himself. So I think Jim wants everybody to send him gifts. I think that's the idea that I'm getting, is that Jim is like begging us to get some money.
Yeah. Hey, listen, you got to save your money, but the thing is, so you can spend money on palaces or hotel rooms. Lynn, in Bangkok, okay, we found a 5-star hotel, so we can have our business meeting there. And I like 5-star hotels, but I don't know if you're going to like the price of this, because it's going to cost the dollar store a lot of money.
Okay.
$38 a night.
Oh, no.
I am not kidding. There it is.
Kidding.
The Emerald Cove Kong Chang. Yes, at $38 a night. Here it is, Lynn. This is where we're going to have our business meeting in Bangkok.
I love it. Look at that.
Okay,
trees.
Now remember, and this is the reason financial fitness is so important. You need to save your money at your dollar store. So when you do your business meeting, you can do this at the Emerald Cove Kong Chang Hotel in Bangkok. This is the whopping price. It's a 5-star hotel. $38 a night, and
it costs $100,000 to get there, but that's okay.
Well, no, it actually doesn't. Airlines are hurting. I mean,
I know they are hurting. They are.
And then we found some palaces in India. They're a little more expensive. They range about $100 a night. But what we do is the art of the deal. We'll put a little leverage on them, see if we can get that price down a little bit. But those palaces are pretty nice. $100 a night. No one wants to spend that, especially with Sasha. We'll have to negotiate
that in 1 hour.
What?
With no problem. We have no problem about that. But Lynn, you forgot a group when you were talking about the kids. And by the way, thanks for mentioning the kids. I'm going to look at those that I've missed so far, because I do have my 2 nephews, and they are about to be 11 and 12 next month. So I got to find them some good gifts for their birthday coming up. So thank you for mentioning that. But, I know that a lot of folks are in this panel as well as that are watching are business folks. And I do know that we have clipboards and pens and other things that might seem minor to the business folks, but they do need them. So, you got to have those clipboards, you got to have those pens, and you got to have a lot of the other business equipment. So I do know that is there at the dollar store. So as they're saving money to invest in their businesses, they can find some business tools as well. So definitely we can go out there and get those things.
Yeah. But Lynn, I did have a question for you.
Yes.
Because I just got this from the dollar store.
I can't see it. Oh yeah, I do see it. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
you do see it? Okay.
Yep.
And because I got diagnosed with celiac disease, the Irishman's disease.
Oh, really?
So now I've got to restore the gut flora in my body.
Right.
And so probiotics, and I ordered them, but I have not yet tried them. Would you recommend that I try them?
I would, absolutely. And they come in small packets.
Yes.
So that you can try one, you can try two. You don't have to buy a month's supply. You don't have to leave your house. See, here's what Kimberly says, and this is a good example. You're good at leading me in, aren't you, Jim? So here's what Kimberly says. You think about financial fitness and financial education. First thing is, if you shop someplace which is less expensive, not cheaper, we're less expensive, you can basically save money. Okay. All right. So when you save money, you also have it so that you can invest the money. Okay. And then when you invest the money, basically you also have the money so that you can what's the third one, Jim? I'm doing a blank on the third one.
Well, you don't have to leave your house.
You don't have that. You don't have to do. That's another side thing.
That's a big one for me, because you had me at don't have to leave my house.
There you go.
But you save money because the products are not cheap, but they're inexpensive.
Right.
Then you have more money to invest.
Right.
And you can invest with Sasha. We show you how to invest.
Yeah.
Check out Sasha's show.
And we're going to have a travel show coming up very shortly. I don't know when that's going to take place. That's going to show how you travel and not spend a lot of money. And we were showing that even today, how you can palaces for $100 a night and 5-star hotels for $38 a night. I mean, the thing is, you got to look for deals.
Nick, will that?
Yes, Ben. Yes.
Nick, will that include anywhere in Great Britain in that travel show?
No, we don't go to Great Britain. See, that's the problem. Okay. Hey, come on, Ben. And Great Britain, Britain. You don't go to Great Britain. You don't go to the United States. You go to places like Malaysia. You go to India. Go to Thailand. Okay, get to the 5-star hotels there, but forget Great Britain. It's too expensive.
And you support the mission, then.
Yeah.
How will Jim get his Indian if we don't include Great Britain?
Yeah. Jim has to go to Great Britain to get his Indian food. Okay, Jim, we're going to have a meeting in a palace in India. Okay, and I asked Ankit, they will serve you Indian food. Well, maybe they'll serve us Indian food. You'll have your great Chinese dinner there or something else. Who knows?
Order a Big Mac.
So Nick, here's the most important thing that we're talking about here with respect to the dollar store. People are supporting the mission of Money Masters PBS.
Yeah.
Jim just said it. Unfortunately, my phone was ringing and I had to mute. But that's the most important thing,
sure.
because when you're saving money and when you're investing it, when you're making more money and you're paying your taxes, you also have the ability to be able to pay forward by supporting a mission. And what's a better mission than supporting than the one of Money Masters PBS by providing helping people get financial education and becoming financially fit.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, we actually have the investing shows on Wednesday at 1:00, and tomorrow we'll have financial fitness tomorrow at 1:00, where we have several special guests that are coming in. And then on our travel show, we're going to have a travel show to show how you travel without spending huge amounts of money and get a lot of value for your dollar. So we're going to show you how to make money, save money, and spend money wisely. Okay, so this way you get value for it. Where was that Odessa hotel?
Odessa, yeah, I want to see that.
Is that? It's where?
That's
It used to be my
Sasha's
house.
house.
I just
So that's
sold it.
Sasha's new house. Okay.
Yeah.
I hate to see the electric bill there, Sasha. So is that a place we can have meetings?
Well, you have to get your admission. It's Odessa National Opera House, which was
Oh, the
built
opera house.
by Italians back in about 250 years ago, and it's one of the three most substantial opera houses in the world.
Did you ever perform there?
No, I was a kid, but I loved it.
Okay, now in Odessa.
Hey, wait a minute. I
That's
just came
older
up with
than
an
our
idea. You
Okay,
know, I'm always coming up with ideas.
I gotta understand the geography here. Is Odessa part of the Ukraine or part of
Correct.
Russia now,
of
or do they
Ukraine.
don't know? What is
It's
it?
part of Ukraine.
They're part of Ukraine. Okay, right.
Now
Is
you
it-
can ask me whether Ukraine is a part of Russia. That's a different story.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know they keep having
Yeah.
squabbles. I'm not
That's a
sure which
yeah.
side they're on.
And,
Okay.
and,
Hey,
and we're not involved in that. We're not involved in that in Britain. That's what we're not involved in.
Yeah, you're not involved in that. No
Come
problem.
on. Come on.
Hey, my question
What
though
time
is,
you guys
don't we
work?
have some musicians on the show? Jim, don't we have some musicians that are doing shows? Because he just said that was a performing hall. So I'm thinking that we can actually, leverage our fact that we've got Alexandria, we've got Zach, we've got, Saxy Rick that is helping us do a lot of things. So we've got some musicians on the show. So we should leverage them to do the show while at the facility, and then we can all stay there. So I'm thinking that this is the way we can leverage everything.
we got to do like what Lynn says. You got to find that 5-star hotel in Odessa for $38 a night.
There you go.
I'll be back. I'm going to go do my homework.
Okay. Okay.
That 5-star hotel. We'll get the musicians involved. So this sounds like a plan. Lynn, I'm glad that you also mentioned
Alexandra
the games and everything, because the games are amazing. But you said that you tried to invent a game, and I know that is not easy. By the way, I loved the games when I was a kid. I'm sure that Jim remembers playing jacks and doing marbles and some of the simple games that were out there when I was a kid in the 70s and everything. But definitely, I think that folks can remember that. But I had a friend that tried to invent a game, and he tried to get it on the table, and he was trying to find investors. That whole game market is not easy. And we're not even talking electronic games and things of that nature, which we'll be talking about at 1 o'clock. But even the regular board games, it's not easy to get that on to the actual out there to the public, because folks think it's easy, but it's not as easy as folks think.
Well, this game, it was right at the point where everybody was going to start using their phone. When did the smartphone come? It was 2008. I don't know whether my friend Norman knew what was going to come, by the phone. So there goes my stupid other phone.
That's
so
all right.
I'm gonna mute.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Mark, I have to tell you, if Alexandra May goes to Odessa, I'll go to Odessa. I'm waiting for her to come back to Nashville, though, because that's an easier trip for me. But wherever she goes, she's got one follower. I'm stalking her, and I freely admitted it to her face.
Well, no, as long as you admitted it, and as long as you told her that's what you were doing, and it sounds like you totally let her know up front that that's what's going on. So you did not hide it in the least bit. You didn't hide it whatsoever.
I'll see her unless she sees me first.
I got you. Oh, and to your point about the postmaster and how you go see your postmaster, Lynn, that's a great thing, because one of the things that the Bump It guy talked about was he started this whole thing of being kind to folks and giving folks money, and he was my guest on Monday. But Billy, the Bump It guy, said that he got that idea because his postmaster gave him money to go to college when he was 17.
Oh,
so he gave him
wow.
a significant amount of money, and never told him until he was much older that that's who gave him the money. He just mysteriously found the money in some like an envelope or something, but then later on he learned that that's who it was his postmaster, a guy named Bumpus. I can't remember Bumpus's last name, but he was the postmaster in Billy's town, and I want to say it was Farmville, North Carolina. He's in Farmville, North Carolina. He now lives in Atlanta, but now he goes around the world, literally around the world. He's been to Haiti, he's been to all kinds of other parts of the world, giving money out, and oftentimes he will not tell folks that that's what he's doing.
That's wonderful. Yeah, we have a very small community, so we have a small post office. But it's nice to go. It actually used to be also a railroad station originally when one of the suburban lines came through here. There were a number of stops along various of the different lines from the old Reading Railroad. If people remember Reading Railroad, actually, if you play Monopoly, yep, And so this was one of the lines that Reading had.
Yeah.
But a number of the different lines that they had, the train station also served as the post office. And I know that Ankit was talking about in India that they're building a lot of new train stations, and it's places where people will go. It's also a community stop. I don't know whether he said whether there are post offices there, but there are stores near the train stops. I think that's because a lot of people in India take the train a lot more than people here in the United States do. But the train system, we're fortunate here in Philadelphia. We have a wonderful transit system. Up where Jim lives, BART is a great system. I know there's some in Toronto, but I don't know that it's nearly as big as it is here. I'm sorry, Sasha?
Not really. I mean, it has one south-north and one east-west.
Right, right. I have taken the one from the airport, but which is good. And I don't know enough about Malaysia. I know that England has I think a decent system, Ben, but I'm not sure. No.
No, Lynn, it's outdated now. Our system is. We have the tube in London, which is efficient, but our whole our old railway network is now outdated. However, the government is investing millions and millions of pounds into something called High Speed 2, HS2. But as always, there's people that are stopping it. There's big protests where it's going to go through, etc. They don't. Yeah, it's the usual mixed bag of progression being stopped in my eyes. But yeah, there's massive issues at the moment. There's also a time scale. Seemingly, the further, seemingly in other countries they can do things quickly. Over here, they don't reckon. I think it'd be 10 years until HS2 is efficiently up and running. I mean, everything in the UK is frustrating. We always seem to follow, never lead in development. I mean, our broadband, we're behind countries like Latvia and places like that in the EU. We just don't do things quick enough. We have some great ideas. We just don't have the people that do it quick enough. And of course, it's all commercialisation. As always with governments, it's commercialisation. They're waiting for the right thing at the right time, and there's never the right time, is there?
Never. Yes.
I found the hotel in Odessa. Okay,
oh, there you go.
We can go visit
the hotel,
Sasha.
but I got a quick question for Ben.
Okay.
Ben, how effective is the cleaning, Ben? Because I was on a friend's show. Unfortunately, it wasn't on our lovely network. It was actually on her own network. But she was had a guest on from New York, and apparently New York and everything that's going on with the virus, the subway system has apparently become the cleanest it's ever become because of the fact that they are doing a regular clean. As I think she said that at every first stop and maybe at every last stop, but definitely on a regular basis. There's a whole crew of folks that are coming in and cleaning it on a regular basis. And I remember that after Sandy happened, the same thing happened with like the tunnels going into New York. There was a massive cleaning. So sometimes these disasters cause good things to happen. So I was wondering if there were similar kind of cleaning efforts going on in London.
It's disgusting though, isn't it, Mark? I mean, why we have to get these situations to be a clean society, I don't know. I mean, I've always carried hand sanitizer around because of my job. Toilet roll, I've always used toilet roll because it's healthy. I don't. Why wouldn't you keep why wouldn't the owner of the tube of the London Underground want to keep it clean? Why wouldn't they take pride in what they have? It's their business, and I'm a great believer in business. If you want somebody to clean the toilets, you need to know how to do it better than that person. If it's your business, that's to the nth degree. You should know your business inside out. And if you talk to all the entrepreneurs, Sugar, Peter Jones from Dragon's Den, I know some of you have seen, etc. They will know these things. They will have their hands on everything. But this reflects our country. It's one of the first things you see when you land at London is the tube system, and it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I don't get it, Mark. So I hope I haven't been down to London since. I went just before the crisis. I hope it is better. I can't tell from personal experience, but I just hope and pray that good does come out of this bad. But it's just pride in the business, and because it's it's all about pleasing the investors.
Yeah.
Yes. But Mark, I wanted Ben, I'm sorry. I wanted to get back to a point that you were raising about the rail systems and how they're becoming less efficient and broken down. And I've taken the train, I've taken the tube, and in the UK, I've always had decent experiences. The tube is very efficient. The trains I thought was lovely, and that you didn't have to pay. But if you got caught not paying, you paid a price. But in California, we're having the same problems. California is a long state, and it would be perfect for a bullet train, except you have to get every municipality from one point to the other to agree to get a bullet train to go through their municipalities, and that's impossible. Has proven to be impossible. So we can't have what is obviously the most logical thing to do, a rapid transit train system, and we cannot do that.
Tim, would it be done by executive order?
Well, in Odessa, yes.
Yeah.
And in San Francisco?
Yeah, I mean,
San Francisco, oh my goodness. We see enough protests now. San Francisco will protest if you don't if you wear shirts made from China. So come on.
There's no good deals in San Francisco. It's like Great Britain. Forget it. But I can tell you, Odessa. We're gonna go to Odessa, where Sasha used to hang out, right next to the Opera House, which is opulent and beautiful, which Alexander May from her stand is going to perform. We can stay at a 5-star hotel, called the Duke, by the way. Ankit is somewhere else. But anyway, he shows the Duke Hotel for the whopping price of, even Lynn may get this, 5-star hotel in Odessa, $47 a night. Yes.
Ooh,
yes.
$47
yes.
a night.
Hey, come on, IBM TV. We're going to show you how to travel around the world, stay in 5-star hotels at $47 a night. Yeah, but the thing is, it's more expensive than the hotel we found out in Thailand, which is 5 stars for only $38 a night. So IBM TV, when we have our business meetings, we'll be staying in 5-star hotels or at obviously reasonable prices, or the palaces in India. Now, I want to go to the palace in India, so we'll have our palace. But the palaces in India, you can actually get as low as, now this is a palace, 7-star palace, $76 a night. Yes.
Because I'm thinking, Nick, that that's like half the price to say the Biltmore, which we know is in Asheville, North Carolina. And
You know, America's way too expensive. I mean, come on. That's the reason they manufacture things. That's the reason we're gonna have our meetings overseas, Mark, is because the thing is, why would you want to live in a place like San Francisco unless you're crazy? You're spending a lot of money for nothing.
It helps.
Or in Great Britain, where it may be so great, but you don't have any money. You go to these other countries, you live like a king or a maharaja, and it doesn't cost very much. So
I've gotten out of Silicon Valley, but what you're teaching me is maybe I shouldn't go to London and Paris.
They're overpriced.
I'm learning.
London is overpriced. I mean, the thing is that place is a cesspool. That's where you go if you want to burn your money. And we're trying to train people in IBM TV to accumulate money, not burn it. So the thing is, if you're going to go on the vacation, we're going to have our business meetings, we're going to do it right, the IBM TV way. Get the top dollar value out of these business meetings.
So Nick, we have to say thank you very much to European Union that they'll not allow Americans to travel there.
Well, we won't go there then. We're going to go to Malaysia. We'll visit Sharif. We'll go to.
They won't let us in either.
They'll eventually let us in. We'll go to India. They'll let us in. Just stay away from Great Britain and the U.S. Man,
we're the ugly Americans. I don't think we can get anywhere now.
Hey,
we can't go to Mexico. We can't go to Canada.
Look, here's why I learned. I learned this from the Brits a long time ago. See, what they did is they created companies, the East Indian Company. And then the French did it too, the French Indian Company. So you create a company and then they let you in. They go, oh, I guess you're not part of Britain. So then they try to take them over. It was really weird. So we're IBM TV.
For you, Nick. Can you do some research on Kenya and Costa Rica? Because I'm thinking that those could be good places for us to go to.
Oh, yeah.
Kenya and Africa and Costa Rica.
We actually have some friends. Was Robert Cotway? Was he in? Who did the King of Cotway? Was that in? Which country was he in? Rwanda. Rwanda. Yeah, we do have some friends. Uganda. We do have. He was Uganda. The King of Cotway. The Queen of Cotway was actually filmed in Uganda, right? So Uganda, is that okay for you, Mark?
Yeah, that'll work. I'd prefer
Okay,
Kenya,
and
but
in
Uganda.
Costa Rica, one of our board members is in Costa Rica right now. He lives there. You know, he runs an internet chess site, Will Stewart. I don't know if you know that, right out of Costa Rica.
I gotta
So the
write
thing
that
is,
down.
yeah, so Costa Rica and Uganda, we're going to look at 5-star hotels for under $50 because I'm a value oriented person, as they would say. That's the reason you shop at the dollar store. Shop for value, and I
Yes.
will be back. Just like
So,
Quality
so
and
Ben was
expensive.
trying to say something. Ben, you were trying to say something earlier?
Yeah, what I want to say, Lynn, really is going back to the point about London. We all see the capitals, etc., the major cities as being that culture. Whereas very often, if you actually find places around there, so I live in Shropshire, a place called Shropshire, which is just outside of Birmingham. That is the real country. That is where you find the real life of people,
I agree.
because you know that is, it's usually quite open and nice. You can relax. You don't have to get on a tube, for example, with packed tubes, etc. It's healthier. And also, if you do want to go into the cities, you can still travel into them, spend a day out, and come back out and reassess. Whereas I feel when you're in the major cities, and I've done Paris, I've done Milan, etc., and I'm not just talking about London, but you're just in that life and you get caught up in it and you're rushing around and you don't enjoy it. So I actually think to find a place outside a city is perfect, because then you go in the city, come back out and go, whoa, that was a great day, but I don't want to do it again tomorrow. So that was just what I was going to say, Lynn, when he was saying about London and stuff like that. I think it's very dangerous to say.
Well, I've been to Wales too, but Cardiff? I don't know.
Yeah.
They don't have good theater in Cardiff.
Cardiff's nice, but it's the capital of Wales, but it's not as busy as London. But it's still a capital. But I mean, yeah, Wales, you can't lose in Wales wherever you go. Some fantastic places to stay.
It's a beautiful place, yes.
It is. But it's the same everywhere you go. I know Nick's being a bit sarcastic about things, but everywhere you go, if you stay just outside the cities, you get yourself a good deal at a good hotel, and then you can travel in, and the money you save in the hotel, you can use traveling.
I agree.
So,
and one of my experiences getting outside of Paris, with the farmers markets, they were fantastic. Inexpensive, delicious food, and where I would have paid an arm and a leg for the same thing in Paris. So
yeah, you're right. It is, and that's where the traditional life is, isn't it? It's in the market towns. It's that's proper English or French or whatever you are. That's the proper life. Because in the centre you get people from everywhere. So yes, it's very multicultural, but you're not experience. You go somewhere to experience their way of life. In my eyes,
yes.
You don't go. What's the point of going to anywhere? So what's the point of going to India, for example, because he's just come back, and then going to the English bar? There's no point. So I actually think staying outside the cities is better, definitely.
I got my report on Uganda.
Okay.
All right. Now the thing is, 5-star hotel, the Tracker Safari Lodge in Uganda, beautiful hotel, $1,017 a night.
Whoa.
No, that's a little bit too expensive.
Yeah, a little bit
Wow.
expensive. Yeah, Uganda's a little tough to find. To get you can get the Marriott at $116, but Uganda, for whatever reason, is pretty expensive. They may have just a lot of people on safaris, Mark, or something like that. But Kampala is not a Bangkok or a Malaysia, or the palaces in India are cheaper than Uganda. So we'll have to go look at. We'll have to wait till Uganda goes on sale. Okay, before I go to Uganda, I'd rather go to the palace. It's only like 76 to 100 a night.
Because I'm not sure all the guests you have on the show now.
I would like to welcome Leta Brooks on our show today on Podcast Thursday. Hi, Leta. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Leta.
Welcome, Leta.
She didn't hear us.
Leta, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Hi, I'm good.
She can
How
hear
are you doing?
Good.
What is Status Life all about?
Yeah,
Status
I
Life.
can hear. I'm good. How are you
Yeah,
guys?
that's the name of her show. It says Status Life with Leta.
Okay.
Is it Leta or Lita? Or
That's my show. Yes.
Yeah. So you just have me curious. I'm
Lita.
also a podcaster, by the way. But
Lita.
what is Status Life about?
It is a lifestyle podcast. So we talk about Pretty much everything under the sun. I'm an interior designer by trade. I also own a 12,000 square foot retail store. So we talk about a lot of interior design. I teach a lot. I did a show yesterday called The Secrets of Style, teaching people how to really make their home have the wow factor, really honing in on what your style is. We do health, fitness, wellness. I have lots of fantastic guests come in all those areas. So my listeners, my subscribers, I guess we're going on a weight loss challenge right now. So lifestyle, that's pretty much covers everything.
So what do you think of my shirt?
Gives me free reign to talk about whatever I want.
What do you think of my shirt?
It's great.
Thank you.
I feel like that's very Jimmy Buffett. Yes.
See, you're doing the whole Jimmy Buffett thing. And where exactly are you based at again? I said, where exactly?
I'm just outside of Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, Atlanta. I love the Atlanta area.
Right
Got some friends around that area.
Yeah.
Actually, one of my cousins who's actually here taking care of his dad, who's toward end of life kind of stage and everything. But he's from Atlanta, and he's a GBI officer, a Georgia Bureau of Investigator. So he's been in Atlanta for a number of years, and his brother was in the military and lives in Atlanta area. So they're all there in the Atlanta area. So I'm familiar with that area quite a bit. So definitely, I'm a big fan of Atlanta.
Is in the news now. What do you think of what's all of that about? Atlanta being in the news for
are we?
I mean, I'm hearing a lot about
Are we in the news because our? Right, but I'm asking, are we in the news from what's going on here with our mayor and our governor, or because our corona numbers are rising?
Oh, no, the former. Between the governor and the mayor.
Oh, it's stressful. It's upsetting. You've got one trying to make laws and do what's right, and you've got the other one counteracting and trying to make laws and do what's right. It's frustrating that they won't agree, and I know it's all political. It's really tough because they're issues that I understand why our governor wants to keep us open. Like I said, I own multiple small businesses. I know what the shutdown did financially. I know how difficult that was. So, wanting to keep businesses open, wanting to keep us thriving, needing our sales tax dollars. I get it. I get it from a business perspective. But I also understand on the flip side, because I had corona. I went through the virus.
Oh my goodness.
Back in March, and I know how grueling it was, and I know it took 5 weeks to get better. So I don't have the answer. I see both sides of their perspective. I understand why the mayor wants to mandate masks, and really, I feel like she's really trying to keep things a little more closed, and yet the governor's saying no. We need to keep things open, and I'm not going to mandate the masks. And if you look at the science, the masks really don't help. I heard a really great reference. It's almost like trying to build a chain link fence to keep out mosquitoes, right? That there's not, there's a level of protection, but not really, not when it comes to corona. I mean, it's an airborne virus, but it attaches. You could touch something. We're not wearing gloves, we're wearing masks.
I'm doing both.
So I don't know. Again, I have a different perspective.
Yeah.
Again, if I hadn't had it and I'm just a small business owner, I'd probably be fighting to keep the doors open.
Yeah.
But I've had it, so I can speak to everybody else getting sick.
Yeah.
And that it's not fun.
Well, I believe it's not fun. I've had some friends that have had it as well, and some that even didn't know. They were not 100% sure they had it, but when they think about the symptoms that they had, they're pretty sure that they did have it, even though it was during that time that it wasn't actually spiking around this area, like around December, January, but they definitely had some of the strong symptoms. So they felt that they had it and are pretty confident that they had it. And then I do know some folks that definitely did have the virus. So definitely I've seen that perspective. Want to get back to your style and the things that you do with your show. I am a big fan of thrift stores. So do you promote a lot with the thrift stores? Because I definitely feel that sometimes you can go out there and get some really good deals, even some name brands, without necessarily going to the name brand stores. So I was just wondering what your thoughts are about that in terms of saving money and in terms of getting those kind of stylish shirts like what my good friend Mr. Eid is wearing, the Jimmy Buffett kind of shirt. So I just wanted to know what your thoughts were about going out there and doing the thrift
I love it. I love a good thrift store. Absolutely. I've always been a picker. I travel a lot, so I always go to the vintage stores, the antique markets. So, Mark, where are you located?
I'm in Durham, North Carolina, so we have some couple of good thrift stores here in Durham, North Carolina, because that's where I'm at. Yeah.
You would love my store if you love a good thrift store. Now, we're not a thrift store, but I am a vendor boutique. So I've got 12,000 square feet. I've got 70 vendors that rent space inside my store like an antique mall.
Okay.
So it's really neat, right? There's 70 individual stores within my store. So if you like a thrift store, you'd probably love to come into Status. That's the name of the store, is Status Home Design.
Okay.
I have an interior design firm called Status Design Studio, and I have an e-commerce store called the Status Market. So everything is Status, and then of course the podcast and the blog is Status Life with Lita. So there's lots of different, Status Home Design is my parent company. But with that being said, because I do so much traveling, I'm always in an antique store. I'm always in a thrift store, and of course I feature that. That's where you find the best deals. That's how you make people jealous of what you find.
Yeah, I agree with you. Definitely, you can find some great deals in those kind of stores. A good friend of mine, Karen Cassie, owns something similar to what it sounds like you have, called the Art Market, and it's pretty much all artists, but it's like several artists all sharing the same space, but they're actually doing that, and they're in downtown Durham,
Nice.
but it's the Art Market, and they do a lot of that, and it's got a street address. I want to say 305, but don't quote me on that. But it's definitely got the Art Market in the title, and they do a lot of great kind of things in that sense. So it sounds like, so is all your stores, all the people in your store, are they of various sorts, or are they artists? Are they fashion people? Are they a mix? Or what's the nature of the people that are in the store? Because like I said, the one that I'm familiar with is pretty much all artists or artisans.
It's a good mix. So we are mostly home decor and furniture. Of course, the interior design is built into the store. We have a seamstress upholsterer in the store. So back to the vendors. Most of them, I really try to stay with the home decor furniture just for the nature of the store. I do have quite a few that do gifts. So we do hit the gift market, which is really crucial. I've got a couple of vendors that do clothing. So I don't want to be so broad that there's not focus. The focus is really home decor and furniture, but we sell a ton of clothing. The vendors that I have, and again, I don't want 20. I have 2 clothing vendors, 2 jewelry vendors, 2 gift vendors, and then everybody else does furniture and home decor. But it's just enough. It's just enough that you'll come in and buy a top and a piece of jewelry, and yet we sell a ton of furniture.
Wow. And what got you into the interior design business? Was it something that you were born into? Did you have family members that did it, or just something that you had a passion for? And I'd also like to know what you did in terms of the podcasting, because like I said, I'm a podcaster as well, but we'll start with the interior design. And how did you get into that?
Sure. I think definitely something I was born into. My parents, especially the antiques, my parents had a antique store. I grew up in northern Michigan, and they had an antique store there. I've just grown up with a passion for antiques. And then I had this weird thing when it's not weird, I guess it's a really cool thing. So when I was at the age where I could babysit, I started getting babysitting jobs because I would redo the girls' doll houses. So I would take old wallpaper samples and carpet samples, and people would hire me just to come babysit their kids and redo the doll houses. So, and I did a whole blog about that, but that's truly where it was kind of inherent in me that I was going to learn how to make houses pretty. And so I did go to college for art and interior design. I went to the University of Georgia. And right after I got out of college, within the first year, I got a job doing project management for a home builder and a developer, and that took me to Florida. And so I spent 10 years of my career on the coast building those big, beautiful homes that you see on A1A. So I've got a lot of different skill set. I love to draft. I love to draw plans. I love to take a piece of land and create a home. I've done commercial work. I've done some restaurants, some bars, just a really nice portfolio. And then the store was born. My kids were old enough. I was ready to go back to work full time. Of course, I had taken that kind of mommy break for a few years, and I was just doing interior decorating for my home. And I became a vendor in a store like mine. I did a little booth because as interior designers, we always have a surplus of merchandise. And it was fun, but just having a booth is not full-time money. So I thought, I love this. How can I do this, A, to profit more, and B, on a more full-time scale, not just a part-time kind of hobby? So I found a retail space, and I came up with a business model, and I opened the store. So then it has led to the podcast. I was actually asked to be a guest to talk about status on a podcast from the platform Business Radio X. Very, very, very large platform. And I was on their podcast, and when as interviewee, and when the show was over, they pitched the idea to me to have my own show. So that's how that was born. So I'm actually sponsored by I'm in Gwinnett County, so it's called Gwinnett Business Radio X. So there's different branches of Business Radio X depending on where you're at. But I can tell you I'm super excited. I just got the numbers. I taped my 12th show yesterday, and I just hit 246,000 downloads in 12
Wow.
Good
shows.
for you.
So, yeah. Yes,
And where are you
yes,
finding
I'm
your listeners
excited.
from? Are they mostly from around the world? Are they there in Georgia? Are they around the country? Where are most of these listeners coming from?
With those kind of numbers, it's got to be from everywhere. You know, I promote it on my social media platforms, but that's bigger than my reach too. So it's got to have taken off. You know, Gwinnett, because I'm sponsored by Gwinnett Business Radio, their traffic to their website, I mean, they're number one. They're not the number one website. Of course, they're not going to compete with Google and Yahoo, but they're huge, and they promote it out to all the podcast channels. So I'm on Spotify, Apple, iHeartRadio, anywhere that there's a podcast channel. Status Life with Lita is on there.
So impressed.
So that is my podcast. I'm also the host of another podcast. So I'm the host of a legal podcast. Not my element, but it's a fantastic show. He's actually my sweetie. He's a personal injury attorney. His name's Derek Hayes. So he does Injury Insider with Derek Hayes. And so I'm on that podcast as well. I ask the questions that people write in. So if you have a legal question, you submit your question. So I go through the questions and do the interview and kind of go through the topics, right? Yeah. Well, he surpassed me by 9,000. So
wow. Those are great numbers.
Yeah, so I'm the host, and his numbers, I think he just hit.
We have.
Yeah, so he just hit 254,000. So I'm at 240. So the two of us are over 500,000 with our podcast, and each of us have done 12 shows. So It's good. I'm excited. I had no idea the numbers would skyrocket like that. So
it sounds like you're really excited about it. Those numbers are doing really good. Yes, so I'm glad that those numbers are doing tremendously well for you.
Yeah.
And you've actually tied in your significant other, it looks like, into doing his own podcast. So it's the two of y'all doing it.
Yes, he's done radio before back in the day. And so he was also a guest because he owns his own law practice here in Metro Atlanta. So he was a guest, and they really wanted us to do it together. The way that we were pitched was, you guys are dynamic, you're a couple, you guys should do a show. You would be phenomenal. But our businesses are so separate. We thought about it for months. How can we tie this together? And there really wasn't any way to do it. We thought, okay, the thing that's great is we're a couple, but I have no legal experience and he has no interior design experience. Yes, we're both business owners. We were both single parents before we got together. But there's not enough meat and potatoes there. So we decided to split.
Thing called radio. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Because this radio concept, Mark, maybe you know something about it.
Yeah, I grew up in radio. My folks actually know a little bit about radio. So yeah, I know about radio. I do want to bring Katara in as well, but just really quickly for those that are listening, and so that Lynn can know a little bit about me. I've done podcasting for about 6 years, but before that, I was in the radio field. My parents actually started a radio station in Warrenton, North Carolina, when I was a preteen. So I was actually, this was in 1976, and they started a radio station because they were listening to the radio. They didn't like what they heard because they were big jazz heads and they loved jazz and blues and other things. And they didn't hear that on the radio. So they decided that with no training in radio, they did not go to media school. My dad actually later taught in media at UNC, but he did not go to school for radio. He went to school for engineering, like the more civic kind of engineering, and my mom was a guidance counselor. But they just were frustrated by radio, and I know that there's some folks even now, some of our young folks that are frustrated by the radio market now, so they might get inspired and decide to start a station. And of course, we've been inspired to start a whole TV network. We've got young folks like Ankit that are behind us and everything. Well, younger than us. I know he's not
TV I've heard
spring
of.
chicken, but he's much younger than us and everything. But he's part of this team. So this kind of model of wanting to start something from scratch has been done before. Like I said, my parents started that radio station in '76. It was on till about the late 80s, and so a little over 10 years. But then she went on to do a TV show, Black Issues Forum, went on to run a philanthropy organization, the Golden Leaf Foundation. Dad went on to teach in media, so they did keep their hands in the media. And then they had two sons, one that is helping youth and doing a lot of work with our quote unquote troubled youth, that being my younger brother. And then they had me, who's been doing media. I'm the oldest, and I've been doing media. I'm in my late 50s now, but I've been doing media since I was a teenager. So I'm in the media field for almost close to 40 years, or maybe even a little bit. Yeah, it's been close to 40 years, because when I started, I was 14 or something thereabouts, and now I'm 58. So I've been doing this media thing for a while.
Okay. Well,
That's
good
wonderful.
for you, and your credentials are magnificent, and I'm really impressed with
And
all.
I would like to invite Satara on our discussion as well. And Katara,
Yeah.
we have Leta with us, and then if Leta would permit, we can write a book on Leta, because she has a lot of experiences, a lot of skill set, and a lot of amazing stuff she's doing. And Leta Katara is one of our book authors on IBM TV, and she does a lot of book and help editing the book as well. And she works with people around the world. Katara, would you like to share something about yourself?
Oh, wow.
Yes. So I'm from Rochester, New York. I'm an author, but I'm also an editor. So I work with primarily CEO authors and helping them share their knowledge and also their stories. Like I said, I'm an author as well. I published a book of poetry in March. I am currently hosting, or not really hosting, but I started a scholarship for local Rochester, New York high school students to be able to give them funds to pay for either writing materials or to take a writing class, pay for textbooks, books, things like that. And I'm also donating books to the elementary schools that I used to attend. So I guess all things writing and reading. I like to journal. I love traveling. I used to live in Savannah, Georgia. I was down there for 3 years. So I miss it down there, but I'm back home now.
Yeah.
So just a passion for reading and writing and promoting literacy in the community.
Yeah.
And Lita, I'm thinking that you could do a great book for Katara could do a book for you.
Ankit, I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Absolutely.
So earlier in
That'd be
the day,
awesome.
we were discussing about palaces around the world, and we discussed about palaces in India, and so as good hotels in Thailand and Malaysia. So I would ask later, do you have any palaces in Atlanta?
You do in Detroit.
Oh, I don't know. I bet we do. I bet we do. Yeah.
Okay.
They're not authentic, right? They would be built. They would be newer.
We have them in Las Vegas.
But yes, I mean there's some
So, but I've got a
beautiful
better idea,
buildings.
Ankit.
If you had a chance to design a palace somewhere in US, would you take that offer?
Yes. Absolutely. Yes, 1,000,000 times over I would take that offer.
I bet you could pull it off too.
Oh, I'm thinking she can
That would
pull it
be
off. But not only
amazing.
that, I think that what we ought to do is have her
you been to any palaces
design
in Europe,
Ankit's
India?
house.
Yeah. that works.
Well,
Have you been to any palaces in India or maybe Europe or somewhere else?
would you?
I haven't.
Yeah.
I got to do the research. I have to come over there and tour them all to
that's
see what
the
I'm
thing,
building. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
because
That-
then only
yeah,
you'll get
that
a
would be
chance
really
to how
cool.
to build it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it on your
I know
put
it.
it on your dream bucket list, basically. Put it on your bucket list.
Okay. That works.
I've got it on my bucket list. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it on my vision board.
And
Right, that's what we
Ankit,
have. Put a
our
palace
money's
on
no
there.
good
So
in
I'll
India.
design one.
Ankit will pay all our expenses. So.
Oh, even better.
I hope so. Very soon.
Yes.
And Katara, have you written anything about palaces?
No. Well,
You're mostly
Not yet.
nonfiction. Is that correct?
Yes, nonfiction. Yes, poetry, and then my first book, Professionalism. What's that? I talked about a little bit before, but conflict management, code switching, how to dress for success, interviewing, all the important things we need to know, but they don't teach us in school. So yes, I specialize in nonfiction.
Familiar refrain here. They don't teach us in school.
Right.
These life skills that we need to acquire are not taught to us in school. And so we
For
learn
sure.
from hard knocks. But I have to say that I have written 5 books, and the ones that I have written without editors are no match for the ones that I have written with editors. Because
Yeah, editors definitely matter.
Yeah.
They're
So
important.
I used to be, I don't like editors because they're making me rewrite stuff I've already written. It's perfectly fine.
Mhm.
But now I appreciate them so much more than I used to.
Yeah. Yeah, I always tell people, even if you choose not to hire an editor, at least find someone who has a grasp on the language you're writing in to look it over for you before you publish.
Yes.
Because editing is not necessarily the cheapest part of the publishing process. So sometimes I encounter clients who are worried about being able to pay for it. And then the other thing I always say is to barter too. I mean, everybody has a skill that they can barter. So
Yeah.
that's another option.
That's interesting because my editors didn't barter. They wanted money.
Oh.
Next time I'll try that. That's a good technique. I'll teach them chess. They can do my editing.
It's interesting that you mentioned bartering because I had a special guest on one of our special editions of the podcast. It was the one that was out of a lady out of Canada who has some Native American background, and that's one of the things that she said that she wished America would go more to is more to the bartering system, because she was pushing for the fact that we sometimes get too caught up in the capitalist view, and she really wished that we would do more bartering. So it was really interesting having that conversation with her and how she really wanted to do more bartering. And I know that a lot of the rest of the world, I know that I think in India and a lot of the Asian cultures, there is still a lot of bartering, but we in the United States don't do as much of it, unfortunately. So that was just an interesting conversation that was had. Qatar, I was just wondering, we talked about it a little bit last time, but it was toward the end and we got a little bit more time to go into it. Could you just talk a little bit more about that whole concept of code switching? Because like I said, it's always fascinated me and I'm always interested in learning about it. And I'm sure Jim would like to learn more about what we mean by that. Because I don't think Jim might have been off the call the last time when we got into that, because it was
I heard a little bit of it. Yeah. But I didn't hear it completely. So I got the general idea.
Yeah. So basically, code switching is either adapting your communication style, your appearance, the way that you sound, the things that you do based on either your environment or the people that you're with. So what I was sharing last time is that, of course, here in America, Black people or non-white people are expected to code switch a lot more than white people because we are supposed to assimilate to the wider culture in order to be accepted, in order to be liked, in order to be palatable. So I mentioned like even so much as how you wear your hair. So for someone like me, I have kinkier hair texture. An afro is not necessarily welcomed in communities or in society at large. So there are a lot of women who don't wear their natural hair. They either straighten it or they wear wigs or they wear weaves. So that is one way that people do code switch. And also one thing I mentioned was even code switching with your name. So when there are immigrants coming over to the United States, a lot of them choose Americanized names once they get here. And I was saying that it can be disheartening to have to let go of such a large part of yourself in order to assimilate or feel like you have to do that to fit in and be accepted. So that's another way that people code switch, and it can be very taxing and exhausting, especially if you have to code switch in so many ways. And there are people who even go to the extreme of threatening their lives to code switch. Throughout the globe, one of the top selling products is skin lightening cream.
Right.
We all know there's so many toxins and bad chemicals in that, but people are willing to put that on their bodies because lighter is seen as more beautiful, more accepted. And, naturally as humans, we want to fit in, we want to be liked. So unfortunately, people take dangerous measures to do that.
Well, it's funny
So there's,
because if you have light skin like me, we're not looked at as a model. We are supposed to go out and get tanned. So we are
right,
supposed to
right.
tell sun rays and the damage that it'll do to our bodies so that we will look
Yes.
more acceptable.
Right, right. It's different. I see what you're saying, but it's different just because, of course, in America, it's built on white supremacy and in white supremacy. So it's a different connotation for you to go for a tan than it is for me or someone like complexion to use, skin whitening cream.
Yes.
So there's just so many different code switching.
Expectation.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yeah, because I would imagine one of the things that's always fascinated me, Qatar, is the code switching that goes on even in our religious institutions. Because I know that sometimes even that code switching exists there, where people might have one kind of attitude when they're out at the nightclub, then they go into the church and act a whole different kind of way, and then they go
Right,
back into the
right.
community and act the whole other way. So they sometimes do about 3 or 4 code switching
That's so
because
true.
of
Right.
being tied into the church community, whatever that church community is.
Right.
You know what
Exactly.
I used to do?
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I was going to say I used to go into a bar because I grew up in the East Coast. I was born in Haven, Connecticut, so I grew up a Yankee fan. I moved out to California, and I would go to a bar, and there's all Oakland A's fans. So I knew the stats, and I blended in as an Oakland A's fan. And then I'd go to another bar, and there'd be San Francisco Giants fans. So I'd blend
Mhm.
in as a San Francisco
Yeah.
Giant fan. So
Mhm.
it didn't matter to me. I knew I was a Yankees fan, but I could
Mhm.
act like I was one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
And in that respect, like I said, yeah, everyone has to code switch. But there's different levels to it, different
oh yeah,
implications, different consequences. But I think, everybody can relate to code switching at some point, even if it's
right.
just how you act at home versus at work.
But
Or
for
even
me,
how you dress at home and at work.
and for me,
Yeah,
it wasn't a barrier to me getting hired. But for someone like you, it might be a
Hmm.
barrier. You must code switch in order to get
Right.
employed. So it's
Right.
a
Right.
different level. It's the same thing we're talking
It,
about, but it's a different level.
right.
yeah,
Right.
different
And then
levels.
yeah, and I think in our time, it's becoming a bigger discussion, which is great, and also bringing to light that perhaps it's not necessary. Are there consequences to not code switching? Of course, but what is the trade-off there? Am I
Right.
willing to ignore this, half of myself so I can get a job, or so somebody can think I'm more attractive, or do I have bigger values than that? So it is a choice, and I think a lot of times it's presented as not being an option that you have to code switch, but we do have a choice, and I think that's coming to light. And people are like, you're gonna, what I'm saying, I am who I am, and you accept it or you don't, but you can't force me to change, and
Yeah.
like
Good
I
for
said,
you.
there's consequences to it, but we
Yes.
have
Good
a
for you.
right to that choice.
Now, I
Stand
do
for
have
your
one
values.
quick question for you, Katara, because a friend of mine who might be a little bit lighter complexion than you, but not much lighter, but she
Hmm.
went to the mall. She went walking, and she was doing the walking thing, which I know a lot of folks are trying to do. We're trying to
Yeah.
lose weight. I know I need to lose some myself. If I stood up, y'all would see that. But I need to drop some pounds and everything. But she went walking in the mall and was trying to, get herself in shape, and she ran into 2 vending machines that shocked her. They shocked her so much that she had to post it on her Facebook page, and she had to post it on her other instant media, that like whether that's Facebook, whether that's
Instagram.
Instagram or whatever. I know she's got a Facebook account. She may have posted to other things, and I want to know if y'all have these things up in the part of New York where you are. But she went walking and she was shocked because she found a vending machine. One of the vending machines was selling weaves, and the other vending machine was selling eyelashes. So she had not seen this before. And she's actually an older woman because I'm 58 and she's a few years younger than me. So she might be like
Mhm.
54, 53, 52, like early 50s. But she was just shocked that those vending machines were in the mall selling weaves. And these
Mhm.
were not cheap weaves. I think they were like,
Mhm.
if you wanted to put your credit card in, I think one of them might have been 75, the other might have been
Yeah.
65. And I know that's much cheaper than what you would buy if you went to the the beauty salon, but still it's not cheap. And the eyelashes, they might have been cheaper because it's only eyelashes. But I was just shocked. And when she sent me the text, because she texted me the pictures that she took while she was walking, and I shared it with another friend, and she was shocked too. And I shared it with speaking of post office people, I shared it with my mailman, and he was shocked as well. So quite a few of us were shocked here in Durham that this was happening. But I was wondering, do y'all have those same vending machines in Upper New York?
I haven't seen any, but I mean, I saw that they're doing that on Facebook. So, I mean, I'm not surprised. It's a great enterprise, though. You make a lot of money that way.
Well,
Especially now with COVID, so many places are closed. But I haven't seen any up here.
well, I must say that your idea that, or not your idea, but the idea you expressed that you do not have to conform. You do not have to play that game. But I wanted to maybe Mark, you can tell me more about this. Like what happened to Michael Jackson? Was he conforming? Was he trying to be something that he wasn't? I was always perplexed by this great talent, this marvelous talent, and he still wasn't enough in his own eyes or something. Do you have any thoughts about that, Mark?
I actually think Michael Jackson was, yes, I think he was trying to conform to try to win a larger audience. And I do think that there was some lightning going on. I do know that there is some talk about some of the diseases that he may have had that might have also caused some of that factors. But in my mind, I do think it was intentional. And I think that there have been a number of folks, celebrity-wise, that have intentionally tried to do that. I mean, Michael is the most famous case. And of course, Michael has gone on, but he is the most famous case. But I do think that there was even as far back as, of course, in the 30s and the 20s, and Qatar probably could speak to this as well. There were a number of great performers that intentionally did lighten their skin, or lighten their image, or try to lighten their image in order to be accepted by the greater society. And we do know that it was, a two-way street, because there was also folks that would intentionally darken themselves in order to caricature and create a negative image of people and things of that nature. So that was, Al Jolson was no accident. So there was people that were doing the dark complected kind of version of things, and we're doing it as a character. Ironically, one of those folks, they met here in North Carolina, in Durham, North Carolina, and created their whole horrible, and I do call it horrible, routine based on the folks that they met here in Durham. But a lot of folks do not realize that Amos and Andy was traveling salespeople, and they met here in Durham, and a lot of those characters that they created, whether it was Kingfish or whether it was whoever else, were based on people that they met while they were here. And of course, Durham has that rich history of Black Wall Street. So they were actually meeting some folks that were not the characters that they were talking about. These were probably folks that were amazing business owners and amazing people, but they just took it and carried it to the extreme, the far extreme, and made these horrible characters that are still being used as the way that some people perceive a lot of our population. As you can tell, and that's just my
That's
thing
really
on this.
interesting,
We come in all sizes and shape. Both of us identify on this panel, two of the three, as African American, and I definitely am a light-skinned African American with some Native American background and everything of that nature. Katara is definitely African American. Most people, when they look at us, they would automatically know that about Katara just based on the complexion and everything. But they might also want to know, is Mark a Hispanic? Is he this or that? Because of the fact that I am light complected. But and that has created all kinds of turmoil within our own society as well, because we've gone through, and I'm sure Qatar would probably say that this is part of the code switching. We have gone through both ends of the extreme. We have had the light is bright and is the wonderful thing in the world, and that's what everybody should be trying to aspire to. And I know that there was a time that light and bright guys were considered the best thing to go out and date and everything. And then there was the time when the Black Power movement was in, and everybody was trying to find the darkest brother that they could find. That's so right. We have definitely gone through the extremes. But isn't it all pointless?
Isn't it all meaningless? I mean, this attempt to conform back and forth, it's like one way or the other, whichever extreme you want to go to. I think it's all meaningless. It has no meaning. It's about who you are. And that's what we need to focus on. And
that's what we need to focus on?
Yeah. I believe that changing the world comes from changing yourself within and first. And then looking for recognizing people that are doing the same thing and attracting them to you and around you, and you influence your community that way. And then the community can influence others, and you can expand this so that everybody starts thinking a little bit differently than we used to think. So we used to think in stereotypes and easy things. We wanted easy answers because complicated things are difficult for us. So we want simple solutions to everything. But
we wanted easy answers, and a lot of times we also would confine ourselves into our environments. I mean, you're over there in the West Coast, and we do know that for a number of years there was a lot of folks, even in our Asian communities, that would only confine themselves into that little pocket of the community. And yes, we as African Americans were guilty of that to some degree as well. But I think that we're moving into a more global society and things of that nature. So, like I said, and when it comes to, I'd even put it into the matters of the heart. When it comes to matters of the heart, I think that we're starting to be more open to other kinds of relationships. I remember, like, there's some folks out there now that are definitely involved in interracial relationships that, you know, I would say 20, 30, 40 years ago, they would have been looked at very downtroddenly, and a lot of folks would have had issues with that. But, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I know, well, definitely one I know I'm right about. I got other issues just because I think that they're both crazy, and that's just that they're both crazy. But Kim and Kanye are together, and they seem to be wonderful couple together, even if they are both two crazy people in my mind. But I think that if I remember correctly, it's one of the Golden State Warriors. It might even be Steph that is married to a white woman. But I think it's one of them that it is. I can't remember which one it is. It's not Steph, that's right, because Steph's got Aisha Curry, right? Steph's got Aisha. But there are a number of basketball players that are involved with folks in relationships and things of that nature. And, you know, I don't know what Katara's relationship status is, but, you know, if the right guy comes along, it could even be somebody who looks like a younger version of Jim, and I think she'd be all right with it as long as they met in the middle and had a nice personality together.
Well, if you click, you click. I don't care what your skin looks like. I mean, you know, it's such a superficial value, but it has dominated our existence my entire life. And I know before, with, you know, my parents' generation, my grandparents' generations, you know, my grandparents were ridiculed for having red hair because the Irish, you know, there were signs in the stores that say Irish need not apply. The only jobs we could get were cops and firemen, you know, and this goes back to my grandparents, you know. So you know, I'm 2 generations removed from that, and I don't experience that anymore, but they did. You know, my grandmother was teased for having red hair by her classmates. So, you know, this is, can you imagine living going to elementary school and getting teased because your hair's red? You know, you know, it's just a silly thing. Like, so what if your hair is a different color than mine? So what? You know,
but like you, I always say, it's really, you know, chess is one of the great equalizers, because chess, you got the board is the same for everybody, the pieces are the same for everybody. I mean, there might be some moves to try to like change some of the colors, but even if they change the colors, it's still the same game. Whether even if it becomes, instead of black and white, it becomes orange and polka dot, it'll still be only 2 colors going against each other, and but nobody will care about what the color is. It'll just be whether your king whether you can win with your king and your queen and the rest of the cast of characters, or whether you're going to lose. I know that sometimes you have a hard time with that with Sasha, because Sasha keeps trying to beat you down, but that's okay.
Well, it's okay.
You're going to get him one of these days. I'm convinced of that.
Well, the thing is in a game of chess, you're all playing by the same rules, and that's not true in society. You know, the Irish got assimilated when the Italians came over, because the Italians were darker skinned, and so the Irish were okay now all of a sudden, and so the Italians got a lot of that backlash. You know, so, you know, and these are things based on the tone of your skin. I just don't get it. It doesn't matter what color your hair is. And in chess, it doesn't matter what you look like. You could be 6'1", you could be 5'1". It just doesn't matter. And so, you know, this is one of the attractions to the game of chess. And it doesn't matter what nation you're from. It doesn't matter what color your hair is. It doesn't matter. All of these things do not matter. We're playing on the same board, same pieces, same rules. But society is not quite caught up to chess yet.
Society hasn't caught up to chess yet, unfortunately. And also sometimes even the parts of society haven't caught up yet either. Because I mean, we know that I was talking about church earlier, and sometimes church can be the most segregated hour of all. That was a quote that was said several decades ago, and unfortunately, is still very much true. That still goes on. But at the same time, I know that I've got friends that are of various kinds of religions, everything from Buddhist and Hindu folks down to Muslims and Christians and Jews, and even some that don't practice any religion at all, or may not even believe in religion all that much. But one of the great things that Malcolm X did, and I know my friend Mona alluded to it on one of her shows, was that when he went on the Mecca tour, he saw folks of different contrasts. And she was saying something similar on her show yesterday. She was saying that when she went on, and I think she said she was 11, and she's probably in her maybe mid 40s now or something like that, maybe late 30s. But I'm thinking mid 40s. But she was saying that when she went on that trip, she saw like a 6'7" dude that was, as dark as all get out, and then she saw next to him a 6'3" blonde, blue-eyed cat, and then next to him somebody that was like 5'7", 5'8", and her complexion, and she's from Pakistan, so it was more of like a tannish kind of complexion. But what her point was that she saw these people of all these different kinds of nationalities, and the only thing that they had in common was the fact that they shared that same religious journey of going to Mecca, and they did not care about each other's skin tone. They were just there on that mission to try to like find that inner peace that they find when they go on those journeys. So I just thought that was real deep. And Malcolm said something similar when he went way back in the mid 60s, I believe. It was mid 60s to late 60s.
It's so true. And also, I believe in spirituality. And I don't care if you go to a church. I don't care if you go to a temple or a synagogue. If you're finding your own spiritual journey, you're on your own spiritual journey, finding your own spiritual path, then that's the answer for me. And it's like, I don't care how you do it. And I don't care what works for you. It might not work for me, but and what I do might not work for you. But find your spiritual path.
No, I
however
agree.
you do it, it's okay. Why do we judge? Why do we have wars based on religion? I don't understand that either. I'm not
I don't get that either, and I don't understand that at all. I do have to tease Qatar about something though, because I'm hearing in the background, and I don't have any anymore. I used to have a couple of cats, and I used to have some other things. But it seems to me that you have a dog in the background, and the dog is definitely having its own conversation. So, what kind of dog do you have, Katara? And
it's a German Shepherd.
Okay.
A German Shepherd. Yeah, he's actually outside.
Oh. Well, the German Shepherds, in my experience, they've always been super intelligent dogs. We think about them as guard dogs and aggressive dogs, but they're super smart. So how's yours in terms of its intelligence?
Yeah, he's very smart. Too smart for his own good.
Yeah. Hey, I can relate to that. Yeah, sometimes we get ourselves in trouble, because you're too smart to do something that you should do. So even
humans and animals have that in common. Sometimes we're just much too smart, and we get ourselves into all kinds of trouble because we're doing things that we shouldn't be doing because we're thinking that we're going to outsmart the folks that are we're trying to deal with, and sometimes they're quicker than we are. So I'm thinking that German Shepherd might think that. That he's outsmarting Katara, and Katara's probably going there like, no, you're not outsmarting me. I've got it under control, but you think that you've got this. But I oftentimes tease folks because I've got a number of folks that walk their dogs here in the neighborhood where I live at near Duke's campus, and I'm oftentimes thinking that they're not walking the dogs are walking them. So when you take the dog out for the walk, are you walking the dog or is the dog walking you?
Oh no, I walk him.
Okay.
Oh.
He does well though on his walks.
Yeah. Well, my dog.
He barks at people. He only barks at people if they're strangers and they come here. But when we walk, he's fine.
Okay, that's cool. My dog has her own schedule. I just help her keep it. So my dog is in charge. My wife is always on me about that. Because she looks at me like she's just been fed, but she looks at me like she's been starved to death. And I give her a treat. And my wife is so mad at me because, she just got fed. She's got me twisted around her little paw.
So that dog has got you totally in control. The dog knows that you're going to be the weak one that's going to give him
exactly.
the treat,
She
no
doesn't
matter
beg
what.
like that with my wife. Not at all. No way. But she does it with me because she knows I'm a pushover.
So I got a question for you. A friend of mine actually has their dog. It's actually a media star, in terms of like digital media and everything. But Shree has a dog. His dog has an Instagram account. So I want to know, do either of your dogs have their own account? Because Tasha
Nope.
has.
No.
No, I'm not into that.
No.
Not yet. Anyway.
You better not careful. The dog's going to ask for an account. The dog's going to come up to you and be
Right.
like, "Look, I need my own."
If she asked me for it, she would get it.
And you're probably the same thing, Guitar. If your dog comes over there and asks for an account, you're going to break down and give them the account.
It's actually my brother's dog. So
Okay.
yeah. I don't make the rules. I have a cat though.
Well, I love cats, and like I said, I've had cats before, and I might get another cat. What kind of cat do you have?
He's a what is it called? A tabby cat. He's orange. He's like an orange yellow.
Yeah, calico.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love calico cats. They're so pretty, and they are
yeah.
they're very calming and usually very affectionate. Most calicos are.
He is. Yes, he's a fireball though.
It's good for your blood. It makes your blood pressure go down. You know, it's just a good thing for people. We encourage older people to have pets. You know, not necessarily a rowdy little puppy, but you know, a pet that can give you companionship, and also just something about holding a pet or stroking a pet. You know, calms you down.
Because I'm thinking that both of you probably, because both of you have stressful moments every once in a while. I mean, I know because I played the game in the past. I don't play it right now. Got to give me a chessboard so I can get back into my chess playing. But I used to play way back when fairly regularly, but not like super regularly. But I would play. But I want to get a chess and become more regular. I will get that book, Chess for Dummies, by Jim Eads. And I know that you do the whole editing thing, and that can be stressful. So I want to know, when you've had those stressful moments, after like one of your clients has got on your nerves or everything, or after Sasha has beaten you down, do you reach out for those pets to get that comfort? Because I'm thinking that sometimes you've just had too much with your clients and you're like, look, come over here, cat. I need some comfort.
Yes.
Yeah. I pick him up a lot. So yeah. He likes to rub, and he likes to be pet, and stuff.
Yeah. I can go to the mailbox, Mark, and when I come back, my dog is excited to see me. It's like I've been gone forever.
You've been gone forever. Now, this is the question I got both for y'all. We're going to change away from the pets just really quickly, but just like life in general. You talk about you like to go to the mailbox. Now, I remember when I was a youngster, I don't think I ever tried it, but my brother tried it once or twice. How many of us here in the panel actually would try to fake run away when we were kids? Because I remember my brother like went somewhere. I don't think he made it to like the and we had a long driveway. I don't think he made it to the end of the driveway before he turned back around. But Katara, did you try to run away from your
I had a stick over my shoulder and a little bag of goodies, and tied to the end of a stick. Yeah, I ran away from home all the time, but I didn't get very far.
Katara, did you try to run away?
No, I never tried to run away. I knew I was doomed.
Oh, you knew they would be able to catch you, huh? Like, you're probably in your house going like, I want to run away. I want to run away. But they got the car. Shucks, I can't go nowhere.
Our backyard opened up into a woods, so I can get pretty far. But then, you know, things like you get cold and it gets dark and you get hungry, you know, and then you go home. Plus, you can't cry wolf too often, because, you know, I would act like I'm running away and my parents would go, okay.
And I think that's what, if I remember correctly, I think that's what my parents did with my brother. They were like, all right, we'll see you. And like I said, I don't think he got that far before he was ready to turn back around and everything. So how far into the woods did you get, Jim?
Oh, I don't know. There was a brook that was in our backyard that I would follow. And, you know, I think it was until I heard a strange noise or got frightened somehow. Something like that would happen to me. And I would hightail it back home.
Yeah, hightail it back home as quick as you could, because a lot of times that's what you got to do is get back home. Now, you're of northern New York, if I remember. So you've got like brooks and other kind of like things. What kind of unusual animals have you seen over there? Because I'm a big animal lover. So all I'm getting right now is squirrels and deers and birds. And I did have a rabbit. A friend of mine who is from Brazil and has moved into these apartment complexes, and we've just become recent friends, but we've kind of co-adopted a rabbit. So there is a young rabbit.
Oh.
Jim, you'll get a kick out of this. We're afraid that it's a baby rabbit, and I think the rabbit's all right, but we kind of co-adopted this rabbit. But when I've mentioned this to other friends, they said, Mark, you might want to be careful because rabbits do multiply, so you might have more rabbits than you want in the neighborhood. So that's our great fear. But what animals have you adopted, if any?
I haven't adopted any. There is a wolf around here, and there was a turkey that pops out every once in a while. So
wait a minute, you have both a wolf, you have both a fox and a turkey. They don't get along.
Yeah.
Usually the fox would try to eat the turkey. So this is a bold turkey.
Yeah.
Well,
And wait a minute. You're not trying to catch the turkey. This is only, it's July, but I do believe, and I know Jim believes in it as well, in advanced planning. So, November is just around the corner. So Thanksgiving is around the corner. You need to catch that turkey. So then you can have your turkey dinner for Thanksgiving.
You gotta let it fatten up.
Yeah.
Gotta let it get a little bit bigger.
My brother-in-law hunts wild turkeys with a bow and arrow.
Wow.
Not me.
You weren't gonna try to take on the wild turkeys with the bow and arrow?
No, I wouldn't hunt anything, but he grew up in, like he was a cowboy. He was really the kind of guy that, broke horses and did all this kind of stuff. And so he fed himself by hunting things. And, he's a marksman with a bow and arrow, which I can't relate to. I mean, I don't know if I could draw a real bow and arrow back to fire it. I don't know if I'm strong enough to do that. But
yeah, I don't think I'd be strong enough either, or I'd be afraid that it might spring back and hit me. So
I would
that would be my concern. And so
my flesh. Yes.
Yes, I'm not trying to do that in the least bit. But I can relate to what you're saying, because I remember my dad one time, he went, and I think we were having rabbits, and we were raising the rabbits to eat, and he called me out there because he wanted to skin the rabbit. And after I saw that rabbit sliced and skinned, I was done. I'm like, nope, don't need to see this ever again in my life. I think for that reason, I never wanted to become a scientist or a veterinarian of any sort, because I was like, nope, I'm done. I've seen enough.
Yeah. You know what we have around here, Mark, and they're not an animal I would want to mess with. They're mountain lions.
Oh yeah.
And they come into our cities now because they're because of the arid conditions. They have to extend their range to find food, and so they've been found in trees on people's homes in Palo Alto. So and mountain lions are not something you want to mess with. It's just
no, you don't want to mess with a mountain lion. But I'm thinking, and I wonder if you're thinking the same thing. Isn't it because of the fact that, well, we're going into different stages now, but earlier, a lot of us were in various stages of staying in the home because of coronavirus. So I'm thinking a lot of the wild animals have been getting a little bit more bolder and coming into
really
other places, whether that's in northern New York, whether that's in California, whether that's here in North Carolina. But I've even seen, I mean, they're very mild for the most part, but I've seen even deer that have popped up in places that they usually might not be popping up at.
The bears' range have increased. The mountain lions' ranges have increased, and because humans are not out as much, they've been spotted in populated towns. So they don't know any better. They don't see the humans, and they just they're looking for food. It's perfectly.
Yep, that's what they're doing, just looking for food. But I would be scared if I saw one wearing a mask.
Yeah, I've got to correct a little misconception here that the science does show that wearing a mask is effective, but it's the kind of mask that you buy. If you buy a cloth mask, or you wear like something just over your cover your face, that could be ineffective. But if you have an effective mask, it is proven scientifically that it will help you not catch COVID and not give someone COVID if you have it. So the idea is not, if there was an article recently about two hairdressers in I think it was Missouri that had COVID, but they both wore masks, and everyone they worked on wore masks, and there were no cases of them transmitting the disease. So if two people are wearing it, it's like 95% effective. So I say it's easy. Just wear a mask when you're outside. You know, I wear a mask and gloves. You know, if you're immune compromised, you got some other problems to worry about. So I take extra precautions. But simply wearing a mask, that seems to me, and the issue that we were talking about was the Georgia governor suing the Atlanta mayor, and it was also, there was a personal lawsuit. So this I can't get my head around. Why would you sue a mayor doing what she thinks is best personally? You know, and I don't know what standing the governor thinks he has to do that. But in any case, there's a big crisis going on in Georgia politics now over this. The Georgia governor wants them to open up, and the Atlanta mayor is saying wear masks. And you know,
I think part of this is playing into the presidential politics, though, because if I remember correctly, I think that mayor from Atlanta is on the short list of Biden's potential candidates for vice president. I know that I've heard that name mentioned and everything, and the governor is not necessarily in the Democrat and Biden camp. So I do think that there's also probably some political overtones that are going on there as well because of this.
I agree.
Whole thing. So that's what I think is where that came from. I think that there was some things going on to try to undermine that candidate for a potential vice president.
I agree, Mark. I think you're spot on. But the other thing we're seeing terrible spikes in California as well. But it's mostly, unfortunately, in the Los Angeles area, the Southern California area, because the Northern California people, I know we get teased a lot, but you know, San Francisco is more like what's going on in Berlin. People are taking the care to wear masks. People are taking social distancing. And in LA, it's more of a free flow. People are not wearing masks and they're just socializing on the beaches. They're just having a good old time. And so there's been a tremendous spike. And so even though we have one governor, you know, the two parts of California are having completely different experiences right now. And the other state where its spikes are going out through the roof is in Florida. And
they're definitely going through. But we've been also having a significant amount of cases here in North Carolina, and folks are wearing the mask, and we're doing more and more things. So we are having folks that are trying to do correct. But I did have a quick question for Ankit, because I saw Ankit has popped in. We were talking animals and pets. Katara's got a cat.
I was listening.
Jim's got a dog.
I was listening all the conversation.
So do you have a pet as well?
I don't have a pet.
No pets for you?
No pets.
Wait a minute. You have a daughter. The daughter needs a pet. The daughter needs its own pet.
So basically,
he doesn't have time. He's always on IBM TV. He doesn't have time to take care.
Time as well, and then also intentionally, because we don't eat non-veg at home, and I also don't eat non-veg, and you need to give pets a lot of food which is veg and non-veg. So maybe that's the case. And that's across India. I mean, there are people who follow pets. It's not like we don't have pets, but it's not that much a culture here, basically. If you compare it to the other countries, because of the vegetarian and all kinds of rituals, basically, it's all about. It's not that we are against pets, basically, because it's just a culture thing. I think it's nothing against anyone else.
No, and like I said, y'all don't have to have the pets. But the one question I was going to ask,
one of my sister, she's in New Jersey, so she have a pet and she has a parrot.
Oh, she's got a parrot?
Yeah,
and
parrot that speaks.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
People are allowed.
Jim, I'm worried. Our jobs may be threatened. The parents may be taking over. The parents are going to start coming on the show and doing IBM.TV. We're going to have a whole parent show. So we're going to have the parents having conversations. So I'm a little worried here.
If you teach them to say Family Dollar Store, we'd be out of business.
Yeah. We're in deep trouble.
In fact, I tell you one thing more. Maybe in coming months, I just need some time. So we are working on a show which is on artificial intelligence, and we have bought as a host.
Oh my goodness!
We have bots as a host. Wait a minute. So we're gonna have parents and bots. Jim, we're in trouble. We're in deep trouble. We're gonna have bots as hosts.
We see the handwriting on the wall, Mark.
Huh?
We are going to be replaced.
We're being replaced.
You still have your radio show, though. They can't take that away from you.
we need to have we need to do shows 24/7. So we need a lot of different elements, a lot of different culture and technology and all those stuff. So we need a lot of people. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
think, and that is a part of IBM TV, that we can collaborate and work together as a big culture, and where we don't have to discuss that who is black and who is white, and what's your skin color, and if suppose, because I was backstage listening to all the conversation, I wanted to ask a question that suppose someone is black at this point of time, and he wakes up tomorrow morning and he's white. Would that
There
change
was a
the
whole
person?
book about that. I can't remember the title of the book. Oh, I think it was called Watermelon Man. Look up Watermelon Man. It's a movie actually about somebody that's literally what happened. They woke up, they were black, and they woke up as a white man, and it was a fascinating movie that was made.
But
And
you know that,
everything.
I mean, personally, for me, that person remains the same. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not about color and all those things. And also, there is one more theory, which is like, if Trump would be a black person, would that change the world?
No, because if Trump was a black person, then he'd just be Kanye West. We've already seen what a black Trump looks like. In other words, we've got, so the same color. I mean, different color, but same concept of how they would probably rule. So I think that we've already seen that version.
And I think if we changed his skin tone, I don't think he would behave any differently.
Yeah. That's
No, I think he would act the same no matter what he was in terms of skin tone. I don't think skin tone is going to get to his internal part.
But there is one more theory, because if you play chess and if you have white as compared to black, white wins more games than black.
Yes, but you can change
don't know
those
why.
colors to anything you want. You can play green versus red.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's just a fact which Sasha shared me, that white generally wins more games than black. I don't know, but for me,
that's a convention. White moves first, so white has an advantage from the beginning.
Advantage, maybe.
Yes.
So why
black,
white has an advantage then? We should change that. We should change that trend as well.
Well, I think you're onto something there, but the thing is that black has to fight for equality right from the start, and I think there's a metaphor for life in that, and because the white moves first, and black has to fight for equality right from the beginning, and we see that every day in our lives.
Yeah, we do see that every day, but I like this idea,
So
Jim.
I have an interesting question, Jim. I mean, on the chess thing, whenever we play cricket or any game, basically, we used to do a toss. So if we don't have a coin, we just invent any other way to do a toss and things like that. So in cricket, we rotate our bat, and the bat has a flat side and a mountain side. So if the mountain side comes, likewise. So can we invent some kind of a toss on the chess board as well, which is interesting to have, and then whoever wins the toss, he will have a first go.
Yeah, well, that would take a 5th edition of this book.
That's okay. We can have a 5th edition, Jim, or a 6th edition.
Yeah, let's do it. There's the issue you have is that you run into entrenched people who believe that things should always stay as they are, and they feel that this is the way it's always been done. So if we introduce such a radical notion as letting black move first, they would be against it. And you would have, and I have fought these issues. I have tried to fight these battles, and I've lost more than I have won. Believe me, when you're trying to change an institution and move it into a more modern way of thinking, it's very difficult.
Jim, I just have to break in everyone for a quick moment and everything, because we're switching to the gaming concept and the whole gaming conversation. And you'd be glad to know that I've got my good friend Jatovi here joining us in the conversation right now. He is the man behind Bull City Gaming, so he is a gamer big time, and he actually ran a thing called an esports contest here in Durham for the Durham Bulls, the minor league baseball team that unfortunately isn't playing. Major League Baseball, because I know you're a baseball fan, is playing. Minor League Baseball, unfortunately, is not playing. So I just wanted to introduce y'all to my good friend, Jatovi. And y'all think that I'm a good talker? Jatovi is just as good, and he's a mastermind in conversation. So I just wanted to bring Jatovi on because he's also very opinionated on a lot of things. We share some platforms on Facebook where he is not afraid to talk about things. So he definitely will fit in here. So Jatovi, glad to have you here on board with us. How's it going?
There you go. Now I can see you. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta fix the lighting in here. Let me.
Your lighting is a little iffy.
This is the fun I get to have. Hey Google, turn office lights on. Oh, it didn't get bright enough. I still got the light in the background. I found out Lowe's has those cheap
There you go.
those cheap lights. Yeah, because I've got the window right back there.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
killed me.
Well, when you were sitting in there in the dark, I didn't know what to make of you. I didn't know how to judge you yet. Now I can see you. So.
It's the Darth Vader thing. I love that theme. It's enjoyable. See, I can go dark and come out to the light.
Yes.
Wow.
And you have the power of choice.
Jacoby, I just gave you a warm introduction, but tell Ankit, and like I said, I did introduce y'all through Facebook. Jim Eade is actually the author of the Chess for Dummies. So if you're a chess player and you know about that game, and he is also the founder of Chess Without Borders, but he's one of our IBM TV folks, so he's definitely all about chess. So I know you're more of like the gaming kind of stuff, but tell folks how you got into gaming. Talk a little bit about your work with the Durham Bulls. You've been the voice of the games of the Durham Bulls, not so much the actual game itself, but like, you know, oftentimes in a baseball game, there will be contests, and we have a number of contests with the Durham Bulls. Jacoby is the voice of those.
No kidding.
Well,
Cool.
I'm just the random guy who they gave a microphone to go down to the field and just make stuff up. That's all I really am.
So
luckily,
I'm totally qualified.
Yeah, see, come on down, Jim. You can do it. It's fun. But yeah, I mean, I've been with the Bulls for about 16 years now. I might be, depending on what happens next year, it could be number 17. Also,
you've never seen the movie Bull Durham, I bet.
No,
never. Is
that a straight to video movie?
I think you can get it on Netflix.
They were actually supposed to film a Bull Durham 2, but it never really took off the ground. That actually was supposed to take place roughly about 3 to 5 years ago. But yeah, it never got off the ground. And I don't know if it's still in the workings. It could be, but you know,
Kevin Costner couldn't play that role anymore.
So Kevin Costner he went to making music because he has his own band, and he actually had a performance at the Bull Stadium.
Get out.
Oh, I can't because the door's closed. But but yes, he actually came at a performance. Okay. It was loud.
I'm not sure I believe you, so I'm going to look it up.
What did you think of the band, Jacoby? How would you rate the band?
The band was loud.
Yes. Okay.
I don't want. We're online. This stuff sticks with you for the rest of your life. Kevin and I may become friends, but it was loud. It was just loud. So I am not saying anything bad on that one.
No, loud makes up for a lot.
Yes. Yes.
Lowe's is loud. That's what counts.
I got to be a big star on IBM TV. Just by
Jacoby,
being loud.
share with them a little bit of the games, and then we'll get to the gaming part. But the games that the Bulls play, because like I said, I know there's the one where he races around with the young kid, and then there's some other ones. But like I said, Jim is in California, and gets all the way in India, so they don't necessarily know these games. So definitely share with them some of these games that take place on the field.
So depending upon where Jim is, and actually everybody should understand. I mean, it's the in between inning games.
Oh yeah.
So every baseball team has them, from teams in Japan to India to California to Canada to wherever, anywhere baseball is played professionally. So we've had. I mean, our staples, we have, of course, the mascot race, a little kid. And I think a lot of other stadiums have that as well. Atlanta, the Braves have, Beat the Freeze, I think it is, where they have a former track star in a green outfit.
I've seen that.
They send out a fan. He takes off and running in the outfield, racing across the back wall. And then they send out the Freeze. And the Freeze catches them every time. And it's just unreal. But we have a few like that, sumo wrestling. And there's one we do where it's a tug of war, but we're using the training straps that they use. So we tether two people together, and one runs one way, one runs the other way, and it yanks them back, and
Oh,
it's
gosh.
hilarious.
Yeah. That's
So,
a
yeah.
Wile E. Coyote thing.
Yes. One of the ones that I wish we did, because there's a team out of Virginia. It was a small team in Virginia. They came up with the underwear run. So they stick three people in a giant pair of underwear. The people are still clothed, but they stick those three people in the giant pair of underwear, and so it's like a three-legged race.
I don't want to be
to
the guy
run down, pick up some toilet paper, and come back.
Yeah, that's just crazy. Now, Ankit's over there in India. He's a big cricket fan. So the question I have for you is, Jacoby, have you ever watched a cricket game? Because I have told Ankit I have never watched a cricket game. I don't know much about the rules of cricket, but he actually wants to bring cricket here to IBM.TV. So I want to know if you've ever watched a cricket game.
Watched a full cricket game.
No.
I've seen games sponsored by cricket. But I have yet to watch a full cricket game. I do know the game because it is very similar to baseball. So I've got to know the game or some of the game. And it's pretty wicked. But yeah, I've seen some of the highlights and know that the game can take 2 and 3 days to a week even. Yeah, 5 days.
Oh my goodness! The only cricket I knew was.
If you want to watch a match, so there's a test match starting tomorrow, England between West Indies. And if you don't know who is West Indies, so I can explain that as well.
Yeah, you must. Because
Because
you got to explain that to us. You got to get us involved.
West Indies is a cricket team which is form of Caribbean islands. So all the islands come together, and the team name is West Indies.
Huh. See.
Okay.
Learn something new every day.
The only team I'm following is the Irish team, so you never make
get that Irish background. You have to follow your Irish team.
Irish will also start this thing soon. I mean, they also have a series coming up sometime in August.
But we did beat England.
Yeah, you did beat England. Yeah.
But you didn't beat India, so no beating of India.
You beat US as well a couple of times, but not India.
No, not India. No,
no, nobody's going to beat India.
Probably not South Africa.
I got a quick question for you. Do you think Jacoby can carry some of those off the field games in a 5-day contest? Because, like I said, usually I think the longest game we've had in the Bulls is maybe 5 hours.
No, we've had a longer game than that.
Really? Well, the major league record is like 9 hours or something. So
yeah,
so what's the record that you've had a game at the Bulls?
I have watched a lot of tennis games, and they I think they are over 7 to 8 hours as well. I mean,
yeah, I don't know how they do it physically, but
that's why I don't get it. Because watching some of the baseball players go, we had a game that lasted. Well, luckily there was a rain delay in there. We had one that was 12 hours because there was a rain delay in between of it. So they suspended it, but then brought everybody back. And in the middle of the night, having pitching changes and everything else at 1 o'clock in the morning makes no sense, but it happens.
It happens. Yeah. It happens. In fact, the 5-day game, it's almost like 30 hours. So we play the game for 30 hours for 5 days, and then we have a result, whether someone win or lost, or maybe it's a draw or a tie as well.
Is there a nap time in between? I mean,
it would be for me.
so every session, so we have like 3 sessions a day. So morning session, then we have lunch for half an hour, and then evening session, and then we have a tea, and then we have one more session.
Okay.
So there are breaks in between the games. Thank goodness.
Well, Ankit had me on as a guest on a cricket show where people from India and South Africa, where they all knew cricket, and they had to explain the rules to me. And they they were all sure that my best cricket position would be umpire.
But Jacoby, I'll tell you something. If you talk about cricket and if you go to the history, the first game played on cricket field, that was in US.
Oh, really?
I did not know that.
Way back in 17th century.
Oh, I did not know that. That's interesting.
I would have assumed it was the UK, but no.
UK, I mean, so you know that, I mean, whenever there's a clash game coming up or whenever there's a game about gentlemen, the UK generally picks that game because they were gentlemen, so-called gentlemen before, our independence. After that, it's all equal.
Funny how that works. Yeah.
And Jacoby definitely believes in equality.
So
I mean,
Jacoby,
Jacoby's definitely been involved in the definitely has a very interracial kind of family and everything. So he's definitely one of our folks that believes in equality of all folks. But I want to get to the more serious conversation, which is, Jacoby, tell them about Bull City Gaming and about your whole esports thing, because that's part of what this whole thing is going to be eventually, is a whole gaming show. I know that last week we did have some folks here that were from India that were involved in the gaming field. So definitely I would love to hear more about the esports and how you got involved in esports.
So, do you want the long or abbreviated story?
I want
long
the
story.
abbreviated story, and I can make up the other parts.
Oh, I mean, I was gonna leave out the dragon that had me flying in, and then I did
I'll make all that
cartwheels
up.
with a couple of pixie fairies on the back. I mean, I'll leave that part out.
Okay.
But the long story. So I've been growing up. I've always wanted to create a video game. I mean, hands down, always wanted to. Took some, classes in school from Pascal to, some other programming stuff. Yeah. Then got into college, still just love video games. I mean, we all did. We still play video games now.
Sure.
So I've always wanted to get into the video game industry. But while I was working with the Bulls, they had one of the best opportunities. Because what they were doing when they redeveloped the stadium and they plugged in a ton of money, especially from Durham, to try and, upgrade the stadium and make it more, I guess, modern, by adding the giant video boards, the screens everywhere. So I saw that as an opportunity to reach out to another demographic that doesn't get reached out to. And also, I saw it as an opportunity to help improve Durham itself, and offer opportunities to kids that don't really get opportunities. So, take for instance, and this jumps into where Mark was talking about how we, having those views and visions and diversity and being passionate about different things. So, my mother has a teacher's background. My father has a background working at EPA, being a training officer. So I figured that, okay, with the amount of money that's going and flowing in the esports industry, one of the ways that it could be utilized to help a community, Durham, since I live there right now, or since I'm a part of that community, plus, reaching out throughout the whole globe itself. But I figured that there are kids in the community that are phenomenal artists. Some in the community that play video games. Some in the community that can talk, can do a much better job of being on screen and doing stuff more so than I could, but they just don't get that opportunity. They're stuck at home playing a video game. But they don't, by using the opportunity that the Durham Bulls had provided when they did their improvements to the stadium, it would be neat to say, okay, have a video game tournament to where kids could come. We bring in developers of video games, also developers of video casting and other opportunities that these kids don't realize tie into the whole esports community.
Yeah.
And offer that. So I did a ton of research about 9-10 years ago. Started this path and trying to bring esports to Durham, because my view is that, in doing the research as well, kind of solidified the idea, is that tournaments don't make money. Those giant tournaments that you see on TV that give out, millions and millions of dollars, like I think it was League of Legends Championship that gave away, $100 million. There was another tournament just recently in Raleigh, the Rainbow Six tournament, Rainbow Six being a first-person shooter. It is more reality-based, but the thing is, it has a fan base. But they gave away $50 million in Raleigh. Thing is, that's not making any money. And that's not providing a full-blown opportunity for kids who are just in the community to play. Because your casual game player will never get that opportunity to go to a $50 million tournament without, having the professional backing like everybody else. So if you look into esports, I get on these tangents because there's just so much to it. But if you look into esports, those top esports players are trained, given nutritional information and everything else, just like any pro athlete that you can think of, from LeBron James to Russell Wilson to Tom Brady. They're given a food regimen. They are given a home to live in. They're trained. They have a physical conditioning they have to stay in, because those top pro esports players really must do that. So getting back to it, those kids in those communities locally are never going to be able to do that. And the only way to attract those casual players and get those casual players back with their friends and having fun and doing everything they can, you have those localized tournaments, and you can't put that giant cash out there, because it's not only is it messing with the developers, because the developers are saying that you're using their game to sell tickets. You can't do that, so you have to deal with the community itself. So you have to stay below those community standards. Then on top of that, you keep it low enough where it attracts just a broader fan base, because now you've got the kid and that mom who, okay, I can now be a part of my child drawing Naruto characters and go play in a tournament where he's playing Naruto Shippuden against another player playing the same game. And now you've created a social connection. You've given the kid an opportunity to meet the developer, Namco Bandai, to say, okay, hey, I draw this character on a regular basis. Maybe I can draw a skin or a texture that you can utilize in that game. And that gives that kid the opportunity and opens his eyes and gives him some big brother aspect of things. So it's just the goal is the whole ecosystem, and not, hey, let me set up a tournament and be done with it. If I can set up that tournament and get their eyes open, now even still understanding that these players that make tons and tons of money in esports. So another tangent, but it relates. You can look up, there's a website called playersearnings.com. You can look up, esportsearnings.com. You can look up and see that they've given out in tournament money close to $1 billion globally. Most of that going to Dota 2, League of Legends, Fortnite's given out a ton. You can take and look at all the top 500 players and see that the top player is making $7 million in the tournament money. But then you got to take into account that he signed onto a contract to a team, and that money comes out of that $7 million. So these players aren't making that $7 million that you see in that prize pool. Then if you take into account, okay, now how do they make their money? They make their money via streams, via Twitch, via follows on YouTube, TikTok, and so on and so forth. So those subscriptions become important in understanding, how do you set up a stream? This microphone that I have here, how do I go about beginning a Twitch stream and getting the equipment that I need? What kind of computer do I need? Another tangent. I gotta ask.
I gotta ask one question. Is there such a thing as microphone envy?
Yes.
Because I'm having it right now.
Yeah, that is a great microphone. I've got to say that myself, Jacoby. But we also had a listener that asked a question. It's based on something that you said earlier, and they want to know, what is gamification? So what do you mean by gamification?
Gamification, as in...
use it in a sentence.
Yes.
Ankit, you the one that brought it up.
Gamification.
So gamification is basically more about talking about the ecosystem, what Jitovi is talking about, and also if you are doing some game or maybe a e-sport, how you can add more elements to it and create a process out of it. Maybe they have a learning process. Then we're talking about engagement with the community. Then we have a team or some basically a collaboration with a sporting club. So it's more about a bigger ecosystem which have a lot of other variants to it. And if a person is involved in one game, they don't have to look to something else because they are, there's a lot of things to be done on those games as well that you can't choose another game. And if I ask Jetovi that if he plays baseball, he won't look for what's happening in the soccer field because he is so much into the baseball game, he doesn't want to play any other game.
So yes, yeah, completely. So yeah, how that's actually a great example. So for example, that baseball kid, the kid that loves baseball is never going to watch basketball. That kid that loves baseball is never at all going to watch football because there's that rivalry there. Completely, yeah. But the thing is, the beauty of esports, and this is where you have to think about it. So the beauty of esports is that you can play anybody you want to. You can play I can never go on a basketball court and play LeBron James. I can never go on a baseball field and play Matt Scherzer. I can never go against him. I can never go on a football field and go against, Russell Wilson. Never. It'll never happen. But I can go on a video game and play the best player ever in League of Legends, Fortnite. I can play those top players. I can play those pro players because the beauty of esports is an inclusive thing. You can be 5 years old to you can be 50 years old. Those pro tournaments are where you cannot or where you're not going to be able to play. However, just casually on some of those other smaller circuit tournaments, you can play whomever you want to. It's just whoever joins that tournament. You have that opportunity. So that's getting back to the whole beauty of the ecosystem that I'm trying to go for. That's the mindset behind it. How big is the gaming industry? The gaming industry itself is bigger than the music and movie industry combined. Yes. The gaming industry last year, in 2018, grossed over $165 billion. I mean, it's just a juggernaut. Globally, esports is now, and think about it, esports is only a small sliver of what the whole gaming industry is. Esports itself has jumped up to the number 10 professional sport globally. It has done that within 5 years. Esports has been going on for a little bit longer than that, but it's only taken recognition within the last 5 to 6 years. And it has gone up 40% every year for the past 5 to 6 years. So it is nuts globally. And I know you can tell us over in India, some of the esports players are bigger than some of the players that we would consider, I would love, oh my goodness, if I could only meet Andre Agassi or Pete Sampras or some of these top tier individuals that you would Tiger Woods. Oh, I would love to meet him. But no, that's not the way it is globally.
Yeah, but Jetovi, the point is that a lot of people don't know who is playing that game or who is playing that league because most of the people they have a animated name when they play games. They don't use their real name, and I don't know how the practice started. And also when we talk about esports, my question was that esports comparing to the club sports and also esports league, which is also coming up in a bigger way. So if you're not able to follow your NBA league, you can follow an esports league. On your television, on your or your podcast or things like that. And also, that Facebook is also coming up with Facebook gaming. So can you share something about that as well?
So So the best way to think about it is try and think about the way that your typical sports are. And having a discussion with some of the guys over at Epic when I was at one of their functions, they talked about the stigma that's around esports. But if you can break it down to its basis and to its core, it is the same thing as it's more equal to the NBA than it is to Major League Baseball, because esports themselves, it's not the club name that's carrying the team, it's that individual that's carrying the team or carrying the name. And the reason, again, going back to the beauty and what makes esports is that inclusivity as well as the individuality. That means that you can create something that you're not, because we all want to be Facebook is big because we want to be something, we want to live vicariously through somebody else.
Yeah.
The internet is big because we are able to become bigger than what we feel that we are in reality when we go out. So we talk a lot more. There are a lot more internet tough guys, if you want to say that, online than there are real guy tough guys. People will always talk a big game. So take that part into esports and into video games. You still have that same mentality. I can be bigger than what I think I am online, but I can still be me. I can throw. League of Legends is all about mythical or magic and utilizing different weapons and being able to do things that you can't do in reality.
You can't. But I went to Hogwarts.
Hey, I'm watching Cursed on Netflix. I want magic.
Yeah. Who doesn't?
But take, for instance, your mainstream esports titles. They are not your NBA games. They are not Madden. They are not MLB. They are not hockey. They are Dota. They are League of Legends. They are Fortnite. They are Rocket League. They are things that you cannot do in reality. So you're being bigger than what you really are. So getting back to what you're saying, the reason, touching on, okay, why they don't use their real names. Well, okay, I created a cool name. Now people know me by
my handle.
Or know me by Tifu, or know me by Ninja. They don't know my original name, but they are still jumping on my bandwagon and loving me because they've watched my stream. They've watched me play a game. They've learned my lingo and my cadences, and they're doing the same thing. So, and the crazy part, for example, there's a kid, I just noticed he was on that Disney show that was rotating through streamers. My daughter actually watches him. His Dan TDM. That's his name. If you look him up, the thing is, the name is funny, ha ha ha. But if you look him up, the guy is worth $30 million.
Wow.
And that's from streaming. He's not playing professional games. So same thing with Ninja. Ninja really isn't. I mean, he's great at Fortnite, but he's not the number one player. But he's making more than the number one player is from streaming and all the other stuff. So all this, everything about esports it's bigger. It's a huge web of connection, and so much.
Because we had one of the and I understand from Aiken they couldn't join us this time. Hopefully they'll join us next week. Some of the developers that are out of India and everything. But could you talk to us a little bit about, because I tried to remember some of them. You mentioned Epic, but we do have a gaming culture here in North Carolina as well as around the East Coast. But this is a global show. Could you mention some of the players in the game, both here in our area, the East Coast, but around the world? Because we were talking about that last week. We're trying to remember some of the names, and they brought up some names. They also shared something, and Angie can refresh my memory if I'm wrong, but I remember they mentioned this glasses that are about to come out, so you can literally drive by your McDonald's and it'll show you your menu and things of that nature if you're going to McDonald's, and then you can also have all of that right there in front of you, so you can literally be driving to McDonald's, place your order, get your food, and everything can be done for you. Your credit card would have already gone through. So all you got to do is drive through and keep on going.
That's Google Maps. So yes, yeah, there's a ton of stuff coming. I mean, for example, like the AR and the VR games. What's the future of that? Is the question I see that just popped up. There are VR tournaments. There are tons of them. Beat Saber is a huge competitive tournament game. There's a VR game called Box VR, which is an exercise workout program. People are learning that the VR is a great way of doing exercise. There is a company, and I cannot remember the name. They just did a Marvel. They do a giant setup where they put you in the whole VR outfit and you walk around.
Yeah.
So the future of AR and VR is actually kind of cool. Microsoft is always putting out some neat stuff. IBM as well. Lenovo, of course, is pulling with their Motorola stuff that they still, because I think they still have part of that company. But yeah, I mean, Google has their AR stuff on the phones and all that. All that's all gaming, and that's all coming. People just have to figure a way to make it happen. And the first company that really makes a cool AR game where you can sit at your desk and maybe play whack-a-mole. Hate to reference a Black Mirror episode, but it's actually like that. I don't know if you've seen that show, but Black Mirror, it's actually a British show, but then got picked up by Netflix. They actually did. They talk about a lot of that stuff, which is all the future, where Google supposedly had some contact lenses that could tell your glucose level. But also there was a company that had it where you could zoom in. Black Mirror is all about talking about the AR future of how people are going to be able to utilize their eyes. And, there's an episode where you're blocking out anything that scares you. The whack-a-mole episode is freaky because there's a glitch and it causes the guy to have a seizure, but you never know. But it's all that stuff is coming gaming wise right now. The PSVR has the biggest player base. However, the PC has the biggest developer base because of everything that you can do with it. I mean, there are tons of players in the game right now. The East Coast is far behind the West Coast and globally. But again, it's that stigma that we have to knock down, and that view that esports isn't a sport. Video games, you're just playing in your mother's basement. All that stuff is things that you have to get by and realize that this is truthfully the future. I mean, there are so many games out there, and there's so many ways to teach with video games as well. There's a game right now called Cell to Singularity. If you get a chance, Jim, I see you on your phone.
Yeah, I'm downloading it.
Download Cell to Singularity. It's a very enjoyable game. It talks about evolution. It basically tries to figure out how you would evolve the world, because it has the whole Big Bang. It has the sun and the earth being created. It teaches you about mitosis. It teaches you about the first creatures that were created and how they evolved, what branches they branch off of. It is so cool.
I bet the last episode is halitosis.
Yeah. Somebody was asking, what's the future of gaming by the year 2025 in your mind, Jacoby?
The gaming future, honestly, it will go to the AR. AR before VR. VR, the problem with VR is because you get motion sickness. At least with AR, you don't get motion sickness. You never really realize how big of a barrier that is. But that motion sickness, and when your eyes are telling your body that you're on a roller coaster and it just dropped, you feel it. And you get the sweats and everything else. So yeah, and then on top of that, the technology that it takes to push VR compared to AR, yeah, AR will definitely be a bigger gaming presence than VR will be. But VR will be right on the back end of that. I mean, we are moving to the Ready Player One world.
Now, Jim is a big
And
time
also
chess
the
player. We've got other chess
VR
players here as well, Sasha and others. So I was just wondering, where do you see the future of chess in esports? Because, like I said, we got a master chess player. He wrote Chess by Dummies. And
Chess
so, what do you
is
see as the future of chess in esports?
every strategy game has a basis in chess. Every strategy game. I mean, it's not checkers. It truthfully is chess. Because if you take, for instance, one of my favorite games right now that I'm hooked on and I cannot stop playing, other than Zelda Singularity, Jim, you got to play along with me. You'll
Okay.
get hooked.
I will.
Is Civilization 6.
I love that.
I mean, it's chess. It is. I mean, there's
I love it.
everything about it.
I played so many. I had to quit cold turkey. I played so much.
I mean, I'm struggling because every night before I go to bed, I got to go make sure. It's killing me. But yeah, I mean, every simulation game, if you think about it, it breaks down to chess.
And that is a strategy game. Civilization. Yeah. That's a strategy game. No question about it.
And that's all you do. You just have to think out, okay, what are my next 12 steps? Yeah. Because if I create in Civilization, you have to figure out, okay, if I build a city close to that town, can I put a governor in place in time before that town is taken over? And if that town is taken over, can I get that town back without using a military presence that is there that will be taken by that town? And then so you have to like think 5-6 plays down the road before you can actually even build a city that's even close to your city. I mean, what resources will I have with the builder? Yeah, I
got to be around some agricultural land.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Toby, there must be another version of that game that's similar, because a friend of mine who's a lady, she talks about a game that's similar where they're building civilizations or they're building towns, but it doesn't have the war element, for lack of a better term. And I can't think of what that game is, but it's a game that seems very similar to what you're talking about, but they're building towns.
So there are a ton of games out there.
Age of Empires. Yeah, something like that.
I cannot remember the one that's being advertised on TV all the time.
I know. I can't look at it.
I hate it, but I mean, again, it's a lot of the game. So the gaming industry evolves quickly. Yes. And that's the tough part about like basketball. There's an evolution in basketball, but there's no change in basketball. So nothing's coming in to replace basketball. For example, Fortnite took off. And it changed the industry because it took off. There are a lot of games that are incorporating a battle royale style into their game because Fortnite took off. And now because these other games have taken off in other ways, Fortnite has to keep up with the industry because it cannot stay the same Fortnite. It can't. It has to evolve to keep up with the other games. Like League of Legends had to create different maps. Dota had to add in different characters and different maps as well. Rocket League had to adjust. So with esports and the video game industry, they have to keep up with the times and what's trending, because if they don't, I mean, they'll go by the wayside. You've had tons of games do that.
Is there a esport version of cricket?
Gaming timeline, planning the game and making the game live for the viewers. What is the timeline to develop a game?
It depends. You can go cheap and not have your game recognized at all, and you can do like a year and a half, but it will take you, if you're going to do a AAA title, you're looking at least investing 5 years, just bare minimum, just to really get it going. Because not only do you have to create the textures, you know what the character looks like, but then you have to figure out how is that character going to move. There is for some who have a PlayStation 4, it's the only game developing kit that's actually on the PlayStation 4 that's public. It's called PlayStation Dreams. It's actually a great developer's tool. If you want to develop a game, you can utilize that. You can create a game within a year and a half, because you've got to create the whole world itself that character is going to go in. You're going to have to program. It's a great, if you have a PlayStation 4 and any, idea or any want to create or jump into the gaming industry, get that game. It's only $30. But then on the PC side of things, the world is open to you. You've got Epic that has the Unreal Engine that you can get. You've got GarageBand that, not GarageBand, but I just lost the name of that because it's Garage something. Garage.
We can
GarageBand.
Well, GarageBand is an audio. You use GarageBand. For example, I've been using GarageBand to create audio samples that I can use on my Twitch stream, because since they started cracking down on Twitch to where you cannot use outside music, you cannot use Spotify anymore. You have to have some type of background sound. So I've been using anything from GarageBand to some of the other mixing.
I'm gonna have to download that again too, because I deleted it.
It's free. It's only on the iPhone or on the iOS right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, GarageBand is a great tool to use if you're going to have a Twitch stream. Matter of fact, you guys could use that here, just to have the audio in the background, because again, they're cracking down on that. So a lot of Twitch streamers had to delete half of their, Twitch streams that had any music in the background. But yeah, GarageBand is a good tool. But yeah, there's the Havoc engine. There's tons of engines on the computer that you can use to create a video game. I would suggest the Unreal Engine because it's also free, and you can develop on that. And there are tons of videos out there. 3D Studio.
You don't have to learn a programming language. Like Pascal is not the kind of language you're going to learn.
No, you're going to learn Java or C++. Those are going to be the main that you're going to go in. You can use what's that? Basic. Visual Basic. Yeah, that's it.
Visual Basic. Yeah.
But yeah, you can use Visual Basic as well. But yeah, C++ is going to be the biggest thing. You're also going to have to learn Java, because if anything is going to be web-based, you're going to have to use HTML really. You can do Ultima Online, the old school, and have a point click and run that through HTML. But yes, C++ is your biggest that you have to learn.
Okay. And we don't get taught that in elementary school or high school.
No, not in elementary school.
No.
Actually, they're starting to incorporate a lot of programming these days, which is good.
Yes.
There are a lot of, and the thing is, this is another reason why I wanted to do the whole ecosystem, because you can create those STEM classes that teach that C++.
Yes.
You can have that, and you have to learn Photoshop and all the other developing kits. There's a free program called GIMP, which is actually a Photoshop ripoff. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but it's a free program called GIMP, and you can actually use that similar to how you use Photoshop and create textures and create backgrounds and create displays.
So you're a multi-talented developer then, because you need to know programming language, but you need to know the visual imagery as well. And you also have to have a plot. So you have to have a storyline. So these are
at all. And honestly, to link it back to chess tells a story. It's not just a sit there strategy game. I mean, you have a king, queen, rook, everything. They have stories behind them.
I agree.
So you can create a story just by playing chess, the same way you create a video game.
Yeah,
So
when Sasha and I play chess, we are telling a story. That's
Yep.
absolutely correct.
And honestly, I don't know if you've seen the, I wouldn't recommend it for any kids, but the Amazon Prime show Hunters.
That is a very interesting show, but it is not for kids. I agree.
But they had a story around chess, and it was brutal, but it told a story. But again, that's what chess is.
Al Pacino for you kids at home, but don't do this because we are professionals.
Yes.
Yeah, please don't do this.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Somebody was asking, what's the difference between mobile games, PC games, and console-based games? So if you could talk a little bit about the differences there. And then I've got to loop it around to some of the conversation we were having earlier, and this is to Ankit and everything. We were talking about we're going to try to have like our big meeting somewhere in somebody's castle. So we were looking at castles to have the IBM TV meeting, but I'm thinking we could all do it virtually. So we can have the virtual meeting because at one of our big time executives, Nick, was actually looking at spots in South Africa and other parts of the world where he's going to even bring us to India for this meeting. But that might be a little too expensive. So we might have to do it virtually. But getting to the more serious question, explain the difference between mobile games, PC games, and console-based games. And by the way, you're part of the family now. So I'm invited Jacoby to come with us. Is that all right?
Well, yeah, it's all right with me, but we're not putting the bill together. So
I was so close. So close.
We got to get our sponsor to okay it. But if Mark and I vouch for you, I think you're in.
Yes. I can't wait.
Well, once you mention
the question that the
civilization,
listener asked, which is the difference between mobile games, PC games, and console-based games.
So the real difference is just their technology. So some companies aren't able, like Candy Crush goes on a mobile. It works well because it's on the go. It's easy to pick up and play.
Yeah.
It's on the PC as well, but nobody's going to play that because you're going to want to play something different.
Right.
So it's all about technology and what an individual is going to do. If you notice, if you go to a waiting room in a hospital, is different than a waiting room in an airport, which is different than a waiting room at a hair salon. It's just you have.
So that means you are saying that people play games only on the waiting rooms?
Yeah.
I always give the same examples to all my clients and to all my people where we discuss about the game, that there are a lot of waiting we do at the time of check-in at the airport or hotel or hospitals or things like that. At that time, people would like to play games. So we should have some engagement games and make them engage in some form of the other and give them rewards as well to play the game, and then they can cash out the rewards.
That's, in all honesty, that's actually what some of the mobile games have tried. Because again, you use your technology to try and make it attractive on that technology. So if you've got an iPhone or an Android or even a Nokia device that from 10 years ago, you have to make it attractive for people to be able to pick up and play. Candy Crush, Words with Friends, all those games that are out there on the mobile device are trying to make it as social as possible. And you can actually make it to where you can localize it, like the way that they did with Harry Potter, Pokemon, all those games that were all localized, where you could play against somebody. There was a game, if I remember, I can't remember the name of it was like Outbreak, where if you had the game on your device and somebody local was close to you and had that same game, you became infected. Hate to make that reference, but that's the way the game played. And you would have to battle it out because that person was local, this person was local, and it picked it up via the location, the GPS locator.
That's a little creepy.
It is.
Where do you rate PUBG?
But that's the way that the game industry works with the mobile devices. They utilize everything they can mobile wise because of that technology. PC based, okay, well, I can make a game freestyle street basketball, but I can also make it online to where it's still social. But again, I can push that technology and make a AAA game on that PC. Same thing with a console based. There are particular games that will never transfer over to the console, all because of, again, the technology that is behind it, and they know the demographic they're dealing with. To touch on, so this will touch on the diversity side of things. For example, if you esports is about as diverse as baseball, if not worse. So, for example, baseball has a very low African American contingent playing baseball.
Yes.
It's widely known. Esports is the same thing, but it's not thought about that way. Because again, if you take mobile, PC, and console, the way you make money in esports, you have to be on PC. It just breaks down that way, because the developers support of PC titles is much larger than it is for console and mobile games. Just because that's where you develop the game. So it's just easier to have much more support there.
That's true in chess as well. It's a PC industry.
Mm-hmm.
I have a Mac, and so I bought a Windows laptop so that I could use the technology that's
Mm-hmm.
available on that platform, because it's not available on the Mac.
Yep. And then and if you look at the diversity side of things, so there are not that many African Americans that are actually playing in the top tier esports events. Why? Because they are normally on console based games. That goes into a socioeconomic thing that we don't even think about. When you're growing up, and what ends up happening is many people in the African American community, what they'll do, and this is not just into the Black community as well as to single them out, but what people do is they buy those console based games because it's cheaper, it's quicker, it lasts for 5 to 7 years. You don't have to do anything but buy a video game.
Yeah.
The PC, yes, you have to upgrade the PC, but again, you have much more opportunities with the PC. If I can, and that's part of that diversity thing. Once you understand that, okay, now I can make more money with the PC, then I can compete in bigger events and I can do other things. So a lot of people in the African American community, for example, are on console. They're never going to get to those big events and that big money. So breaking that barrier and getting people to realize that investment into that PC is much more valuable, because now I can stream. Now I can code. Now I can develop a whole app, sell that app for 99 cents on iOS, on Android. 1 million people buy it. I'm rich now. And now I can actually take care of, hey, look, I am not being gentrified in my community anymore because I've created wealth just by going in and saying, hey, I've now got a computer, I've created an app, or I've sent off my documentation showing I've copywritten this skin. Fortnite took my skin and just made $1 billion off of it. I'm getting a cut now. So that's where, trying to make people understand that consoles are great. Consoles are phenomenal. Consoles are quick, easy in. They're great to play. Love them to death. PlayStation 5 is coming around the corner. The Xbox X is coming around the corner. Love all that stuff. But a PC, if you learn the PC, you've got so many more doors open to you.
Wow, that's really good. I like that you gave that advice. By the way, Jim, I should tell you also that not only is Jacoby a master gamer and a master announcer for the Bulls and everything, but he is also, and he was playing with us a little bit because I think we were setting him up for a couple of his jokes, because he is also a master improv person and a master comedian. So he has definitely got a lot of various good talents and everything. You did say one statement that I'm curious about real quick, and I know we got to wrap up and everything, but you said that basketball was not developing, but I did find out, because my team won in the TBD tournament, and they are picking up that whole Elam Indian thing. So there might be some developments in basketball coming up with the whole Elam Indian. So they are saying that might come to other parts of the game, like the All-Star game and other things. It'll never be part of the actual game. And we've got your daughter here, so glad to have your daughter here with us as well. And you need to go get your daughter, because you've got a young daughter about that age too.
That's a little boy, Mark.
I'm sorry. I was just all wrong, and I made a bad joke. Sorry.
Yeah, you got to get your eyes cleaner. They sell it on the dollar store.
Your son.
You can get your lens cleaner on the dollar store.
Yeah, I got to get the lens cleaner. But your son. But now you go grab your daughter, and you do have a daughter.
Yep, got a son and a daughter.
Okay.
So.
Well, I hope they're learning. I hope you're teaching them C++.
Well, my son's a wild child, so I'm trying to teach him not to take over the house. And my daughter, she's 10 now.
Yeah. So you're gonna have some other things to worry about for the next few years.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Gonna have to deal
That's
with that.
Gonna cut into your developing time.
Yes.
You think?
Oh. I think it's time to wrap the show. It's already time, and I think we can invite Jitobi next week as well if he has time. We'll talk about we'll talk about.
What a wonderful!
Next week I'm gonna bring some games. I'm gonna bring some games for you guys. I got homework. Like I said, Jim, I want you to do Sell to Singularity. You will not stop playing that.
We love homework because we have a spiritual guide and she gives us homework. So we love homework here on IBM.TV.
Yeah, we call it play work though.
Play work, yeah.
Home play.
And it's time to wrap up, and thank you for joining us today on IBM TV podcast this Thursday, followed by Gamers Den. Before we wrap up, I'll just play the message, and here we go.
Coronavirus से कैसे बचेंगे? Okay, hand होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
Okay, and thank you for joining us. And tomorrow we have Medical Friday with doctors, followed by Financial Friday. And we're looking forward to joining you tomorrow on Friday. Thank you, and have a good day. It's time to
wrap up. Thanks, Jitobi, for joining us.